Hello. How are we doing? Who have we got? Hi, K-Wolf. Hi, Flowers. How are things? Lazy Sunday. Indeed. I don't know how loud we want it. Turn the music down a tad bit. Maybe we do that. I am getting there, I would say. I will be okay. I'm just not necessarily okay right this moment. But this is helping me be okay. So that's good. Dispute indicator examination. I don't know what any of this is. Okay, cool. We'll do a new game and see what happens. So, I have played the demo of this off stream, and it was quite good. So now the full game's out, I thought I'd give it a go. Interestingly, Euclid has been a lot more back to normal the last couple of days. I don't know if it's because it's cooled down a little bit, but he hasn't been doing the whole coming in here while I'm in bed and yelling at the top of his lungs thing. And he's been much more cuddly at bedtime. He hasn't wanted to cuddle at bedtime for the last few weeks. Whereas last night he actually wanted to get under the duvet and cuddle, which is something he hasn't wanted to do for a little while. So I don't know what's going on with him. He's a weird boy. Another long day. Street lamp's already on, and I haven't been in my office yet. I should check my computer. I'm sure I have at least a few emails waiting by now. Although, if it's the commissioner volunteering me for more debriefs, I'll have to put my paw down. I mean, you say that, but I think people like to think that about animals. I don't think that's true. I think if animals behave differently when you're feeling down or you're ill or that sort of thing, it's not them being empathetic. It's not them thinking, oh, they need me. It's them thinking, you're being weird. Why are you being weird? Stop being weird. This isn't normal. And often it's them wanting the comfort because you're being weird. So although they often get more cuddly and stuff, like Euclid loves it. His best days ever are when I'm ill in bed all day. Happens very rarely, but he loves it. He loves a whole day in bed. But that's not because I'm ill and he wants to comfort me. It's because he likes having cuddles in bed. He doesn't know why we're doing it. He doesn't know why I'm in bed all day. And he will happily lie on my stomach when I'm feeling queasy. So, yeah. I mean, who doesn't, quite frankly? I know people like to think that animals know how they're feeling. And, ooh, thank you for the follow. Welcome on in. I know people like to think that animals know how we're feeling and react appropriately, but I really don't think they do. Especially, this is massive tangent now, right at the beginning of the game. But especially seeing my sister's dog, who has an anxiety disorder like the best of us do, and is on anxiety medication. And if my sister once tripped down the stairs and twisted her ankle and was like, and thought maybe she'd broken it, and was lying at the bottom of the stairs, like, as you do, doing the whole Peter Griffin, like, ooh, like holding her ankle, trying to work out whether she needed an ambulance or not. And her dog ran over and started like licking her hand and stuff. But that was because her dog was anxious about why she was being weird and lying at the bottom of the stairs, and he wanted comfort from her because he was like, I don't understand the situation and I'm scared and I don't know what's going on and it's weird and give me comfort please, mummy. So she was having to comfort him while she was lying at the bottom of the stairs in pain. She was okay in the end. Like I say, she got a taxi to A&E in the end and had an x-ray and it was just twisted. But like, yeah, I think it's very easy to read. Yeah, you're right, K-Wolf. It's very easy to read our emotions into animals. And animals do have emotions and do care about things, but they don't have the same emotions as we do. And if we start reading their behaviour as what that behaviour would mean in a person, then that's when animals often end up being mistreated and their needs don't get met because that's not what they're doing. So that was a very roundabout way to say I don't think Euclid's been more cuddly the last few days and back to normal and less being in here on his own. Yeah, I don't think that's because I've been down and he knows I need it. I think it might be because he's feeling better and therefore he's back to normal. Like, I still don't know what's been wrong with him, really. We've tracked down a load of symptoms, but we don't really know what's causing any of it. But he seems a lot better now. So there probably is a pebble out there. I mean, pebbles are completely different. Obviously, pebbles do have 100% human emotions and will be there for you no matter what. Cats, on the other hand, often couldn't give a monkeys. But that's why we love them. Anyway, we've got crimes to solve, guys. Shush. No, don't shush. Keep talking. Stop distracting me. We've got crimes to solve. Although, if it's the Commissioner volunteering me for more debriefs, I'll have to put my paw down. I love how we're, like, in a suit and walking on two legs, but we've still got a cat tree. Obviously. Right, what am I doing? Computer, right? We said? Alright, let's see if this old litter box still works. I just need to log in. And it won't take my password? Something here is my whiskers twitching. This might turn into a regular investigation. I'll start tracking all my leads on this bulletin board in case I need to reference them again. So this was the tutorial. Not the tutorial, the demo. I played it long enough ago that I can't remember the details. The unknown password. Okay, how do I... Oh, there we go. For some reason my computer isn't accepting my password. Did I just forget what it was? That's a laser pointer, isn't it? Okay, if I changed it, I would certainly have written it down on a note and put it in my desk. Okay. So, I guess we need to look at desk. It's possible I just wrote the password down and threw it in my desk drawers. Okay, not in the top drawer. Surely it'll be in the bottom drawer. Aha! This must be it. Wait, no, this is just a standard department business card. Following procedure requires I enter it into evidence, but unfortunately, this might be more serious than it seems. Okay. Found no business card. Okay. How do I... There. Oh, of course! I knew there was something else here. Why didn't I think to flip over the business card sooner? The extension written here belongs to the department manager. Luckily, I would classify this as an emergency. I should give them a call immediately and let them know what's going on. The phone. Now that I have the department manager's extension, I can give them a call about my computer. Good evening, Detective. I hope this is important because I'm in the middle of dinner with my family. Apologies, but we might have a security issue. My computer's password has inexplicably changed. I hate to break this news to you, Detective, but the inexplicable is, in fact, quite explicable. If I do recall, this is the second time this week you've interrupted my wife's delicious home-cooked meal. I'm sorry? From what I could gather, you are on another milk-fueled bender. Through slurred speech, you told me you changed your own password. And this is the part where I'm so embarrassed you tell me the password, correct? I would consider, but you also informed me that you hid it somewhere. Somewhere that only a detective of your caliber would be able to find. So, get on with it, and ensure that not a single report on this matter is out of place tomorrow. And let me reiterate, while you're in your right mind, do not call me again unless it's a real emergency. I think if I'd just forgotten my password, this wouldn't be as humiliating. Either way, not my proudest moment, but I can make up for that, even if I'm technically this crime's primary suspect. Retracing my steps, following the proper timeline, and correcting any inconsistencies in the case notes will be paramount. Okay. Left the office late last night, some point after the department network was hacked. The next day, we attempted to log in, but found the password had been changed. Testimonies, department manager. I see. That makes sense. The department manager did confirm that nothing was hacked. Embarrassingly, just a bit too much indulgence on my part. That being said, I've only got a rough outline from here, and they won't settle for anything less than perfection. It's time to thoroughly investigate the rest of my office and use my journal to fill in every blank necessary. Okay. Neat. Zoomies button. Hehe. Zoomies. Yeah, definitely a drinking problem. A milk-based drinking problem. Shelf is absolutely packed with different tomes, journals, studies, occasional novelisation. If I had some sort of clue in one of these books, it would take me far longer to find it than it's worth. I wouldn't put it past myself, but I don't have anything to go on yet. Okay. Usually just for keeping contracts, reference documents, various policy paperwork. I can't imagine I would have slid a note with the password on it into this mess of a drawer. Even under the strong influence of dairy, I wouldn't have done something so reckless. I mean, in my experience, what dairy mostly causes in cats is explosive diarrhea. Euclid, darling, buddy, can you stop licking your boobs, please? Thank you. He has got a shaved side/boob from his heart scan. And it obviously feels weird. And he's been licking it. And because cats' tongues are rough, when they lick somewhere where there's no fur, it gets sore. So he's been making his shaved patch quite sore by licking it. But I don't want to put his onesie on him that he's got for when he does that sort of thing. Because when he's got his onesie on, he forgets how his legs work. And if he has currently got sight issues, I don't want him to be blind and have no legs. So I'm just trying to spot him when he's doing it and tell him not to. Hey, buddy. Is there something over here to investigate? The trash can. When you need to dig up the truth, you've got to act like an alley cat. Empty milk carton. Comically clean fish bones. The hard life of a cat mum, yeah. Used yarn ball. Having to tell your son to stop licking his boobs because he's going to make them sore. Ugh, none of this looks very helpful. Wait a minute! There's a crumpled receipt, and it looks like I've redacted most of it. Nothing about the actual purchase remains, and only the store's address is left visible. Where could this lead me? Is there something over here? Yeah, no, we've done that. Oh. Why can't I look at it? Oh. What the fuck? Okay, so this is like a few different games we played where we have to put in the what's it? The words to work out what's done. Okay. So somewhere I could cross-reference the address. It's my old map of historic Philadelphia. I feel like there was a way to switch around the each holding a thin shred of paper to various addresses in the city, but no one seems more important than another. That crumpled receipt did have an address on it, though. What was it again? That one? I don't recall what's around here, but the slip of paper does have a phone number written on it. Okay. There was a way, I think, to turn the... Aha. Aha. We've got a board of crazy. I like it when we've got a board of crazy. Still can't look at it. Yeah, so we have got a phone number to call. Let's do that. Good evening, Bookgator on 2nd, what can I do for you? Of course, the local bookstore, how could I forget? Sir, did you need help with something? Hello, yes, sorry, I do actually. This might be an odd question, but I have a receipt and I'm not sure what it was that I purchased. Ah, I've been expecting your call, detective. Of course you were. Care to explain why? You stumbled in, disgruntled after an argument with this devious plan. I didn't ask questions, but you warned me this call was likely. Oh dear, now about that book. Please tell me it's not something terribly inappropriate. Not quite, no. The book's title is On the Historical Development of Cat Burglary. Okay, thank you, that'll be all. Sure you don't need anything else, detective? No, really, it's okay, thank you. Ugh, as if I wasn't embarrassed enough as it is. He's licking his furry bits, we're good. So now we can look up that book. Here's what I'm looking for. The question now is, why would I have purchased this book specifically? Is there something, I don't know, did we not get the book? Did we get the book? Yes. Don't. Open. Don't open? But what if I want to open it? Hee hee! Got a key. Hi, puss. Oh, you want cuddles? Okay. Hi. Hi. Hello. I love you too. Yeah. Oh, of course! I knew there was something else here. I bought a hollow trick book. No wonder the bookstore clerk was holding back a laugh. With my cabinet key hidden inside, no less. I think we're nearing the end of this case. Good thing the trains will still be running for a little longer. We're nearing the end of the case, Possums. You gonna help us finish it? Hmm? Yeah. Are you? Love you. Cat tower. One might ask themselves, why would any self-respecting feline investigator keep one of these demeaning furniture pieces in their professional office? Look. Yeah, look. He's got a bald patch on his boob. It was a gift from some old co-workers who thought they were being exceptionally humorous. Oh, so it's not, like, his, really. Also, it helps keep my claws properly managed and sometimes helps me think. Okay. Oh, this cabinet's locked. Let's hope the key I found is the right match. It is! Fantastic. Now, let's get it opened up and see what we find. Can be a goofy Pluto. What? Who's Tiffany? There's a note right on top. A great change of pace, or maybe I was just getting lazy. There doesn't seem to be any cipher or code either. This just looks like a normal password. I should try it, and then make sure all my notes are in order. I wouldn't want to attract any more ire from the department manager than I already have. Let's see what we can find. Okay. I see, that makes sense. Of course. The reason for this entire mystery locked up tight in a lone filing cabinet. Luckily, I haven't forgotten about it twice. At least not yet. The computer? Is it possible this has been a red herring all along? It works! Yay! And 0 emails. That is the dream. TBF, not Tiffany. It could be a goofy Pluto situation where some cats are cats and some cats are sentient. Yeah. It's a relief, of course, but the department manager will have my fur if I don't get the rest of these case notes in order before I go home. Let's see. Okay. So now we need to do this. Unbeknownst to the detective? The detective changed the password to his computer and hid or locked it inside a cabinet. Furthermore, he hid. Oh, we got that first section right. He hid the key to the cabinet. No. Inside a book that the detective recently purchased. Yeah. Aha! I knew I was onto something. But while a fantastic treat, a night out at the milk bar might cause me more trouble than it's worth. Ooh, why's the phone ringing? Could it be the manager already? Can I not? Hello, Feline Forensics, private detective. Detective, I'm glad to hear you're burning the midnight oil. Commissioner? To what do I owe the pleasure? Business, not pleasure. There's been an incident. Private property. They asked for you. They asked for me. I mean, good luck. I'm sending a cruiser. The officer will fill you in on the way. The case seems pretty involved, but it's still within my jurisdiction. You will go by the book, Detective. I'm sure you're aware that if you don't, your license will be on the line. Oh God. It's pressure, guys. Again. What a ray of sunshine the Commissioner is these days. Wow, it's going to be an even later night than I thought. Evening, officer. What are we looking at this time? Buddy, stop licking your boobs. Oh, Detective, no need to be so formal, although we're headed to a pretty fancy museum, so maybe I spoke too soon. Honk. The one on the east side of town? What happened? Sounds like an attempted heist gone sideways. Nobody was able to flee the scene, but an important exhibit has gone missing. Not sure if it was one of the thieves, another visitor, or a staff member, but they said somebody might have been shot in the process. Oh dear, let's hope things have been kept under control since. They made it seem like the scenario was contained, but you'll have to make that call yourself. I don't know much more than that, but we'll be there soon. And here we are. Told you it wouldn't take long. I saw a post online the other day. It just reminds me of me trying to tell Euclid to stop licking his sore bits. That when you stop a dog from doing something, I don't know how true this is, I don't have a dog, but when you stop a dog from something, they eventually, if you do it often enough, they eventually realise it's not something they're supposed to be doing. You stop a cat from doing something, they say, oh, you seem to have got in my way, let me just scooch past you right there and let me carry on doing what I was doing. Thanks. Which is true, isn't it, Puss? Indeed, defying cat spirit. How very dare I stop you from making yourself sore, if that's what you want to do. Here we are, told you it wouldn't take long. Always a pleasure. Wish me luck. I have a feeling this is going to be a long night. Good luck, Detective. I'm sure everything will go just fine. And I know you like to work alone, but if you need some help from the department, just give us a call on that payphone over there. Okay. Okay, so I presume that's the hint system. The plaque reads, honk the herald honk the herald angel sings, by an unknown artist. A wonderful and timeless depiction of Mother Goose's agents of peace. That said, the biblically accurate sculptures are more compelling. Sure. Hello, buddy. What you doing? Meeting our suspects. I've arrived at the museum where the supposed... I've arrived at the museum where the supposed murder turned heist took place. Is it a murder turned heist or a heist turned murder, or a... It's the sign for the museum with its namesake Kreinberg and the official logo illuminated by a few small spotlights. No one would have suspected a heist turned murder. Well, I guess it could be a murder turned heist. These are the kinds of questions I need to answer with my expert feline sleuthing skill. Well, he's ahead of where I am then. Ah, Detective. Thank goodness you've finally arrived. I'm the curator of this museum and the one that called the police. Thank you for coming on such short notice. For crime, there's no such thing as short notice, and a detective must always be prepared to put a stop to it. Yes, well, please work with the utmost efficiency. A catastrophe of this scale could be a disaster. If word got out that our most precious gemstone was stolen, who knows what would happen? Not only would the museum's reputation be forever marred, we could be the target of even more horrid criminals. You're understandably concerned, but I assure you I'll sort this out. This is far from my first case. Although, if my debrief was accurate, there was also an unfortunate murder in the process, is that right? I mean, to be fair, they said someone had been shot. They didn't say someone had been killed. Ah yes, that punk. I just hate to even think about it. I suppose you should take care of that as well. But in my opinion, the sooner we get the innocent people home, the better. A rushed investigation leads to sloppy work, so I can't promise this will be quick or easy. Regardless, I trust you will do your best, and if you could keep me posted on your progress, it would be greatly appreciated. Of course. I have several things to discuss, if we could. Do I? Ask away, detective. Who are you? As I said before, I'm the purveyor of this prestigious museum. Past that, there isn't much more to disclose. Do you have any associations outside your work here? Family, perhaps? Is this vital to solving our case? Otherwise, I'd request that you inquire no further. Certainly could be, depending on how it continues to unfold. Fine. I do have a family, and I'm currently separated from them over personal matters. And I can assure you they have nothing to do with the stolen gemstone or the murder. Unless you'd like to interrogate them unnecessarily as well. I think we're pissing off the chicken. As always, I appreciate the cooperation. Let's move on. Okay, what do you do? I manage the museum staff, exhibitions, publicity, funding, and, well, just about everything. Wouldn't it be easier to delegate some of that work? Well, you see, we simply don't have the extra revenue to accommodate that. While incredibly valuable to the human condition, a museum of this calibre is hardly ever profitable. I mean, that's not wrong. Oh, my apologies if this is a sore subject. I simply don't enjoy the idea that one would look at what we do here and assume that it's all easy. It requires hard work and sacrifice, detective. It's not a sore subject, it's harsh reality. Of course. Again, my sincerest apologies. Currently, we're standing in the museum's foyer, which has the only exterior doorway. In the east wing, we have the sculpture gallery. There's no fire exits, featuring the contemporary works. On the west side is where we display works of natural history with geological and pre-civilization origins. The central connecting exhibit is the courtyard just to the north of us now. Further north, we have antiquities, host to several artefacts and art pieces spanning global cultures and eras. On the second floor, there's only one unique gallery, fine art, typically canvas. Of course, as you investigate, you'll notice there are balconies that look down into a few of the first floor exhibits as well. I hope that's helpful, detective, but you can always reference the brochure map you have if you get lost somehow. I've got a map. Are you back? Where have you been? Hey, bud. He's got a plan. I can see it in his face. Oh, what? Yeah? What's up? Before, what were you doing? During operating hours, I don't do much except greet visitors, and today was no exception. On days when we're particularly busy, I've got cat fur on my nose. I may mingle and let the guards stand station, but that wasn't the case today. Wait, so when you're busy, you mingle? You don't greet guests when you're busy? Up until the argument began upstairs, nothing seemed out of place. The guard and I were here having an idle chat. Unfortunate that it couldn't stay that way. Could I ask a few more questions? Let's see. The guard and I heard an argument beginning upstairs, but it wasn't an immediate concern to me. I didn't want him to make a scene, but it continued to heat up on its own. Then we heard the gunshot moments later. Even with the accompanied sound of broken glass, my instinct was to make sure the guide was safe. I thought she was in the sculpture gallery, but the guard found her in antiquities, stunned. He called for me and I ran right over. And it was true. She was frozen solid, startled by the cacophonous noise. The guard was concerned, of course, but took off towards the blaring alarm. Despite the chaos of it all, I maintained my focus on her. Eventually I got through, and you know the first thing she said to me, Detective? Call the police. Immediately looking out for the museum. So selfless. To a fault. I went back to the foyer to do just that, but the tourist and the artist were there, begging that I release the lockdown. Okay, so we've got, like, titles of people. We've got the curator, we've got the tourist, we've got the artist, we've got the guide, we've got the guard. I didn't know who was responsible for the mess, so I brushed them off without much opposition and made the call. I see. Okay. Can I... Ooh. I can. Oh, can we look at the art? Nighthawks by Edward Hopper. What I would give to sit alone at the dustiest bar in town, just staring at a half-empty glass of the finest aged milk. Water off the back of a duck's neck by Jean-Michel Basquiat. Right. An excellent and harrowing representation of the web-footed condition. Of all these parodies of actual artworks, because I don't recognise that one, and I don't recognise that one, but I do recognise this one. Plaque reads The Best Friend of Man by Renee Maparakit. A bowler hat, huh? Not many can make that work. Believe me, I've tried. The plaque reads Mamselle, is that Mamselle? Orangutani by Konstantin Crane-Kusi. The expression of this piece is so complex. Notes of anger, hints of boredom, a dash of really need to itch my nose, and so many more. We can't look at the vent. Ah, this is Girl with a Pearl Earring. Calf with a Pearl Earring by Johannes Vermeerkat. You'd think the large ears would be distracting, but the earring still really draws the eye. It does, it does. That's sunflowers. Vase with 15 Sunflowers by Vincent van Giraffog. To think that he would go so far as to cut off one of his own ossicones. If only he knew how prolific his art would become. Well, indeed. The plaque reads The Sheaf by Henry Mufflies. I'm going to assume a sheaf is some sort of shrubbery. At the very least, a leafy plant of some kind. The plaque reads Grey on Blue by Mark Ratko. The deeper meaning of this one is beyond me, but in a good way. The plaque reads Semi-Coloured Vase by Ai Weiwei. Do you think he dipped the vase in paint or just drizzled it on top? You know, I should have eaten before arriving to the scene. What? Why? Hey, hold it right there. Did you pay admission when you came in? Oh, Ha! Got you good, didn't I? Little security joke is all. Always good to meet another agent of Lady Justice, Detective. What can I do for you? Hoping you can assist my Oh, absolutely. Anything you need at the drop of a hat. Just by answering a few questions for now. I need to be clear that even as the museum guard, you aren't exonerated here. Of course. I wouldn't have it any other way. Not only am I loyal to the law, I'm loyal to this museum, and the wrongs against it must be righted. So, the two of them alibi each other, though, because the chicken said that they were talking to each other, right? Not much to brag about in that department, Detective. Well, what do you do in your free time? I like to keep up with various TV shows and movies, but don't we all? That's not very interesting. I read a whole bunch, too. Talk about boring. Ha 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 ha. I don't think that's boring. Honestly, I wish I had the time for more of that kind of thing. I used to say the same thing, believe it or not. But if you don't make time to enjoy things, there won't be much of you left. That is true. Just a couple of whiskers and a suit. I mean, let's stay on topic. Do you have any family? Friends? A couple of buddies from back in the day, but it's starting to feel like we were worlds apart, you know? A wife at home, but no kids. She has some great friends, long-time friends, and they call me friend. I'm alright with that. I understand. Let's continue on, yes? Cool. What do? I keep the peace within these marble walls, a much more manageable scale than I'm sure you deal with, detective. On the regular, sure, but for tonight, we have that in common. Heh, you got that right. As far as my day-to-day is concerned, we don't really get much commotion around here. Was there a time when disturbances were more typical? No, I guess not, but we had more people around overall, you see. Hey, if all else fails, maybe this whole debacle will get the museum some attention again. Yeah, that is motive. I suppose anything's possible. Why don't we discuss something else? What did you do before? I worked as a policeman for a while, but not as long as was expected at the time. You certainly don't look like you've reached retirement age. Young for retirement, sure, but not that young. Most folks stay in the field for a long time. It wasn't for me, though. I grew up with police dramas and was big enough to deal with bullies, but the concept of bullies is a bit more difficult when you're an adult. Nail on the head, detective. Don't get me wrong, there were times when it was very clear. Just not always. Even instances that were clear in the beginning became murky down the road, or in retrospect. Eventually, parting ways with the Force seemed like the best decision. I came to that conclusion sometime later. By that you mean it wasn't entirely your choice. Highly encouraged choice, perhaps. A tale that isn't too uncommon, I think. Okay. So he used to be a cop, but it wasn't for him. That's fine. As per usual, I was hanging around the foyer having a little chat with the curator, so they back each other up. When things were especially slow, I might take a walk around the exhibits or get some fresh air, but I was feeling a little more lazy today. Oh boy, that doesn't sound too good, does it? I don't want you thinking I neglected my duties. Thing is, nothing seemed weird. It was a totally normal morning, afternoon, and evening. Euclid! Hey, buddy. Stop licking that. So none of the guests acted strangely. We get all walks of life. Dude! What did I just say? I do my best not to judge one way or another, eh? So nah, not so much. And all things considered, this feels like poor circumstance to me, detective. I see. What happened? Oh dear, where do I begin? The curator and I heard an argument upstairs. I was ready to defuse the situation, but the curator was hoping it would solve itself. I'm starting to wonder, right, and this is a very early theory based on basically nothing, but I wonder if the curator set all this up, like hired someone to do it, to bring more attention to the museum, get the museum in the news, maybe get a bit more publicity for the museum, that sort of a thing. I don't quite understand it, but in my experience, artists tend to hold strong opinions, so I trusted the curator's judgment call for a moment. But I made my way into the courtyard when it heated up. The fight was upstairs though, so I just had to keep moving through. A few moments later, a gunshot shattered glass soon after, and I didn't skip a beat. Some habits die hard, I guess. Well, I got to Antiquities and found the guide stopped in her tracks. Maybe I should have kept moving, but I had to make sure she was okay. It's admirable at the very least. I'm sure she appreciated it. You're probably right, but I wasn't actually much help. Nothing I could say had her come to. I called for the curator since there was still the matter of whatever went down in natural history. I got there at about the same time as the podcaster, but she knew just as much as I did, and that wasn't much. The display case was already destroyed, so to save the diamond or the victim, I was too slow again. If there was anything left to do, it was call the police. Thankfully, the curator was already on the line, and things had mostly calmed down by then. Appreciate the thorough recollection. Let's move on to something else. Okay. Oh yeah, well, you see, the amazing thing is that it's real smart. It can tell who's who and do what it's got to do, real accurate too. Certainly there's some downside to it, no? Ah, nail on the head, detective. When it was installed, they told us it was a little slow. It doesn't make mistakes because for a computer it takes its time. Although for a person like you and me, that's still pretty dang fast. It just has to, I don't know, double check, I guess. It has a way of being selective, only locking down when what's necessary and trying to minimise panic in a chaotic situation. Come to think of it, the actual sound of the alarm was supposed to be one of the more severe stages of lockdown. The odd guy who used to work on it could tell you more, but we've never seen it in action before today. Maybe try asking the curator. Okay. Ask the curator about the alarm, you say? Or not. Okay, guess not. Alright, this definitely seems to be the epicenter of our case. Looks like the victim there, lying on their back, just south of a destroyed display case that stands in the exact middle of the room. Several dotted blood splatters across the floor, along with a few pieces of what appears to be stone debris. Other artwork looks to be unaffected, and a witness at the scene. No shortage of places to start, so let's get to it. Oh, no, someone shot the monkey. Ugh, this has always been my least favourite part of the job. Victim presents male, likely mid-20s in age. 4 facial piercings and wearing a leather jacket. Initial signs show 2 impact wounds to the back of the head. Didn't they say... Only 1 gunshot's been mentioned. Minimal blood loss. And nothing on his person. No wallet, no keys, not even an ID. Poor guy. I'll figure out what happened here, don't worry. Interesting. This is the pedestal where the stolen gemstone was once displayed. The plaque reads, Optimus Diamond, circa 1700s. Where could you be hiding, precious little stone? Seems like a classic smash and grab. There are stones strewn across the floor, so it's possible the thief used them to break the glass case. Put the statue chunk into evidence, just in case I learn anything from looking over it. Okay. Interesting. It's like an Easter Island thingy. Ooh, what's that? Oh, of course. I knew there was something else here. While it may have broken further in the fall, it was certainly destroyed prior. Assuming at least that this is the flattened tip of some ammunition. I wonder where the casing is hidden. Finding that could help me track down the murder weapon. The plaque reads, Mosquito preserved in amber discovered in Southeast Asia. Who knows what sorts of horrible things this bug could be carrying? Ancient plagues, mind-controlled curses, dinosaur theme parks. I suppose we should all consider ourselves lucky this wasn't the exhibit to break. Well, yeah, quite. Plaque reads, Enidi Plateau cavern painting circa 6000 BC. Questions like how could they possibly have transported this cave rock aren't even worth asking. Apparently so. Plaque reads, collection of ancestor tools discovered across multiple regions. I wonder what the predecessors would think if they saw what we could carve from stone nowadays. They'd probably think all those sculptures in the other exhibit were wildly impractical. Probably. Dinosaur. Plaque reads, Tyrannosaurus skeleton of the Cretaceous period. Iconic dinosaur, but I much prefer the Stegosaurus. Even a Triceratops would rank higher, personally. It is indeed a T-Rex. Talk to her in a minute. Amethyst geode, sustainably sourced from Central Europe. Mother Goose's creations have such unparalleled beauty. Is Mother Goose like God then? Like the creator of the universe? Plaque reads, collection of ancestor skulls discovered across multiple regions. There's so much about the ancient civilizations that we still don't know. And I guess we never will. It really makes you think, huh? It does. Mammoth tusk circa 3000 BC. Imagine the size of the elephant folk attached to this. Yeah, I did know that. Sucks. Old stuff should be in museums for everyone to see. Unless the private collector's going to loan it to a museum. Or loan it to science. But, yeah, sucks. Spiritual stones circa 1998. Legends say you can time travel one whole dog year with these. Wow. Plaque reads, collection of pinned butterflies originally researched in North America. I much prefer my butterflies unpinned and flying. Me too. And alive, indeed. Same with bugs. Okay. Hey detective, I just want to say it's like so awesome to meet a real, almost somewhat famous Philadelphian investigator in person. Oh, and I absolutely cannot wait to tell you all about my show. Would you be willing to do an interview? I'm sorry, your show? I'm a true crime podcaster. Of course you're a true crime podcaster. It's called Tales of the Dark and Desperate, and this episode is about to get hella viral. Wait. Are you recording right now? No, I didn't bring my equipment. Ugh. What an absolute rookie mistake. Like, 5 listeners and an episode level amateur. By the way, you should seriously subscribe. You have your phone on you, right? Just let me look myself up and hit the button quick. No big deal. Actually, don't keep a mobile phone on me. Personal technology would be a distraction at the crime scene. Oof, that's actually so sad. Okay, we have things to discuss. Let's stay on topic, please. Like, whatever you need, detective. Oh, like, totally. Oh, come on, detective. I told you about my podcast. Are you saying you didn't go and read my bio? If you're not a big reader, watch my daily vlog. That'll give you the general vibe. Well, it was going to be daily. Then it was weekly. But now I just kind of post whatever. That last one was pretty old, so it'll be out of date. But you... Apologies, but I'm not going to watch your vlog. So please, if you could provide a brief answer to the question, that would be appreciated. Ugh, rude. The least you could do is submit your questions to my Word vlog. You can do it anonymously if you want. I'm sorry, but isn't a vlog just a video blog? So a Word vlog is a normal blog. Actually, never mind. I've learned plenty. Yeah, I think we kind of know all we need to know about her. I have a true crime podcast called Tales of the Dark and Desperate, so make sure to totally obliterate that subscribe button so you don't miss an episode. Wait, haven't I told you about this already, detective? You have. I was asking more about what you do in a professional sense. You're trying to say that what I do isn't professional enough? Ah, gotcha. Oh, too easy, detective. I work at a coffee shop, but that's like so boring. Punch in, punch out. You know how it is. But after this episode absolutely pops off, I'm going to quit so fast. Or at least, like, quiet quit. I still need the health insurance or whatever. And of course, why don't we talk about something else? Are there more personal questions? Oh, yeah. You have quite a passionate interest. Why is that? Oh, I know a trick question when I hear one, detective. Of course, I love crime. Crime solving. Crime solving? Do you have a background in criminology? That sounds like a question I can only answer behind the paywall. Did you know you can unlock great perks like this on my Patreon? That won't be necessary. By the long paw of the law, let's stay on topic. Well, you know, true crime is trendy, so that was a good start. But then, I don't know, it was genuinely fascinating. In all honesty, I'm pretty normal, and my life has been, like, pretty easy. There's people out there that have definitely not had it easy. Trying to step into the shoes of a criminal is one thing, but thinking about everyone around them, that's different. It's just easy to think this wouldn't happen to me until it does. True crime lets you really reflect on unrealistic situations that are very real. It's actually quite insightful. If you want to know more, make sure to wickety whack that follow. Yes, that. We will question her more in a couple of minutes after the break. I will see you then. Ayo, I'm back. It's done it again. Sure. What are you doing? I was mostly just wandering around, but when I got to the courtyard, I saw the tourist had this dope retro camera. We were just kind of going back and forth on old school photography techniques. Stuff like that was huge on Finstagram a couple of years ago. Then we got interrupted by that argument. He handed me the camera while he tried to break it up from down here, but they weren't interested in listening. I see. I assume you gave the camera back to him at some point, yes? Oh yeah, for sure, but not right away, because things really started getting out of control. Oh, in that case, I've got a couple more questions. Oh my gosh! I remember it so vividly. If only I was recording, my audience really likes authentic audio. That gunshot would get me so many upvotes. Blammo! That's when things really popped off, you know? I couldn't really see much up there though, and when the guard ran through, he and the tourists were so frantically scattered, I pretty much tuned them out. Besides, we all heard glass break in the next room over, and I needed to get a first-hand account of things. Fame isn't for the fawn-hearted, detective. I ran from the courtyard and saw the punk lying there. It seemed like he fell from the balcony. I rushed over to check on him, but he was so dead. What of the diamonds? It was already gone. I explained that to the guard when he came in, and then I guess he went off to search for it someplace else. I figured with the alarm going off, I wouldn't be able to leave anyway, so I just sat tight and waited in here. Okay. You said you both entered the exhibit simultaneously, but this contradicts your testimony. Why the inconsistency? I don't know what you want me to say, detective. I told you everything I know already. I came in, saw the diamond was gone, took a quick look over the body, and the guard came running in after. If I was going to lie, wouldn't it make more sense for me to agree with the guard? I'm admitting to having no witnesses. Yeah, I suppose you're right. So the diamond really was missing when you arrived? Yeah. Okay, fine. I'll ask some different questions. Everybody's suspicious. You mentioned he'd already fallen from the balcony above. Did you do any closer examination than that? Why do you ask? Thing is, he didn't have anything on him. Not even a wallet, no ID. Doesn't that seem strange to you? Oh, detective, that's because I, gathered them for you ahead of time, so you wouldn't miss anything. Oh, god damn it.
Drink up.
Oh, thank you. So, tampering with a crime scene can be a serious offence, you know. But it wasn't tampering. It was assisting. I know about standard procedure, so I just went ahead and did it for you. That's all it was, huh? Lying to an authority of the law is also quite an offence. Okay. I took his stuff because it would have been amazing promo material. You can't blame me for trying to fabricate a viral sensation, detective. Indeed, tampering with the evidence. Besides, what if he'd been stabbed and I needed to stop the bleeding? That logic doesn't even... You know what? I've got other things to discuss with you. Has she given me all the stuff then? Oh my word, we've got so many... So, did the monkey didn't die from a gunshot? It seems. So, did the person shoot the statue? The monkey got hit on the back of the head by the statue, got knocked over the balcony, and then landed on his head on the floor, and that's the two impacts to the back of the head, maybe? Podcasters are a special kind of people. I've watched Only Murders in the Building. Can't open that. Ah, here's all the stuff from the dude. No, this is stuff from the podcaster. Is it? Doesn't seem like there's anything particularly... Oh, there we go. Admission 2. Oh, of course. I knew there was something else here. This receipt. Why would he have paid twice? As far as I'm aware, he didn't come in with anyone, right? Since I can't question him directly, I'll have to ask around some more. Yeah. Can I ask you about this stuff? No. Okay. Ooh, okay. He entered the museum alone, but we've got some evidence that he did not, in fact, do that. As far as I can tell, he did enter alone, but with one extra detail, he paid enough admission for 2. Anyone would assume this is just an act of kindness, but can we claim that for certain? I don't know. Can we? And then this, he arrived at the exhibit at the same time as the podcaster. But did he, though? I could give him the benefit of the doubt, but by the podcaster's account, this just doesn't line up. I can't think of an obvious reason he would lie, but it would be best if I asked him directly. Indeedy-doody it would. Okay. We've got a lot to fill in here. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, but I don't know why they would shoot the statue. Like, what's the motive for the whole thing? Okay, let's keep on. Oh, we're going upstairs. Oh, it's a doggo. Hello, doggo. Oof. Hello, the old timer. We haven't heard about the old timer yet. Yes, hello. Yeah, I know who you are. Fantastic. Then let's get started. Well, I'm waiting on you. All right. Standing on these floors. I mean, there's a bench right there, my dude. You could sit down. Me and the cat. Same. I don't need a seat. You think I need some handout from you? Do you know who I am? I do not. I didn't mean to offend. Look, detective, get to the interrogation, or whatever you have to do so I can get out of here. Fine, yes, a wonderful idea. Let's do just that. Who are you? You really have to ask, huh? Tells me everything I need to know about you, detective. Well, in this case, I am the one who needs to know, so why don't you answer the question anyway? I'm a retiree of the art world, from back when folks respected the craft. I saw success beyond my wildest dreams. I was in galleries, exhibitions, auctions for rates higher than you or your kittens would see in an entire lifetime. So you're an artist, is what you're saying. Point is, I was at the top and I wasn't making way for nobody. You had to be cutthroat back then. Don't get me started on all this crowdfunding. Sir, I don't think... for what reason did you step down from such a high pedestal? Yeah, right. Couldn't keep up. Is that what you want to hear? My hands started going first, then, well, I quit while I was ahead. I see. Well, then let's change the topic. What do you do? What kind of question is that? It's a question that I need to ask. Are you one of them half-rate gumshoes, detective? No, I'm a top-rate gumshoe. That might be an offence to gumshoes. I don't know. In my advanced age, I don't do much of anything, and with my advanced wealth, I don't have to. Oh, well, that sounds nice. That's what it means to be retired, not that you would know. I might do some consulting from time to time, or attend an event, but all that chasing tail, that's for the young pups. After everything I've given to the art world, I keep on giving. What do you think about that, huh? Good for you. You wouldn't get it, so maybe start asking some questions with answers you can actually use. Sure. About the museum, what about it? Despite a few amateur missteps, it's a respectable institution. What would you consider a misstep? Don't get me started on how much modern garbage they have on display these days. I understand arts can't be entirely without business, but there are lines you just don't cross. Betraying the greats by hanging their most prestigious pieces next to these finger painters, that's across the line. Did Did you ever have any of your pieces on display here in the museum? That's a leading question, Detective. Don't believe for a second I don't see what you're trying to do. If you must know, even at my peak, no, the curator refused to exhibit any of my works. Interesting. I have plenty of other exhibitions, and we've always been on good terms. I don't hold it against them. So don't leave this conversation thinking I've got some sort of vendetta. What were you doing? Am I outspoken, Detective? Are you answering my question with a question? The answer is no. I'm resolute. Firm in my opinions because I know they're correct. I still have yet to see how this There I was, with the critic. We were looking over the various pieces in the sculpture gallery. The critic wanted to discuss with the guide, so I let them be. Made my way upstairs into fine arts. That's when I saw him. All these disgraceful misuses of canvases, and the punk that followed soon after looking for a fight. He must have seen me wrinkle my nose at some painting, and well, he didn't know what tree he was barking at. And what tree was that? An old wizened willow, Detective, one that weeps for the way things used to be. Intriguing, to say the least. I believe I have so... Okay. So what happens? I remember it like it was yesterday, because it was today! Gotcha, didn't I, Detective? In fact, it was about an hour ago. How could I forget that? I'm old, but I ain't that old. Oh. The punk wanted to yank my tail, but when I barked back, he must have got scared. Pulled a gun on me. Okay. Always knew I had some bite left, and we got into a real scuffle. Took us out onto the courtyard balcony. He threw me into a wall. I swung back at him. He tried to take me out, but his aim was bad. Missed by a mile. Must have been new to it, too. The kickback gave me a chance to disarm him, and then he ran off. The critic came to check on me soon after. I told him I was fine, unscathed in fact. Then the alarm went off, but I didn't have anything to do with that. Okay. So, as far as he's concerned, nobody got hurt? Like the punk ran off. The punk didn't... Nothing fell over the balcony. Interesting. Head of a Sheep by Pablo Picasso. Nice. The dichotomy of Ram and you inside us all, it's exquisite. Water Lily Pond by Claude Monet. Reminds me of my days as a kitten when love was in the air. Oh, how I miss you. A Sunday afternoon on the island of La Velugat by Georges Chibat. You just don't see this level of decorum these days. Not since the incident. There's always an incident. Composition with dark grey, lighter grey, white and yellow by Piet Mandriol. In this simplicity isn't real art. I'm not some people. Love is in the Litter by Banksby. Art isn't in the paper or the paint. Oh, it's an arrow. I was like, what's that in the stairwell? Like lurking. But it's a down arrow. It's in the little shredder inside the frame, I think. Mostly Grey Canna by Georgia O'Beef. Something about this seems mildly inappropriate. Well, yes, quite. Quite. Man's Best Buddies by Keith Haring. Two normal friends with no implications at all. Yeah, right. I'd need to have catnip for brains to think something that outrageous. Lake Contours Hakone by Hero Sheep. I hope to see the other 52 works by this artist someday. A bit strange they would be split up the collection. Bit strange they would be split up the collection at all. What? The Temptation of Saint Bernard by Salva Border Collie. What was it about very tall elephants potentially stomping on him that was so tempting for Saint Bernard? Okay. Let's talk to the crocodile. I assume you're the critic. Yes. I say, what matter of drab fashion is approaching me? I'm the detective sent to investigate this series of unfortunate incidents. Heavens, you should speak to a department about acquiring better uniforms. This isn't a uniform. It's just one of my suits. Are you to imply that these are actual clothes that you purchased with money, willingly? I'd appreciate if we could get to the questioning now, please. I'll relax. I'm a bit of a critic, but I'll do my best not to get in your way. I'll likely take a few jabs at you, though. How could I not? With those shoulder pads? What? But no, seriously, I'm on your side here. Don't worry about it. You know, let's just get started, shall we? If you must, don't let me stop you. I'm a collector. I'm a connoisseur. Some would call me a cultural innovator. That title is just far too garish. Even if it is entirely true. And this is what brought you to the museum today? There are wonderful pieces here that I would love to call my own, but no, I'm not making any purchases. My accountant wouldn't like that very much. Correct me if I'm wrong, but exhibits and... Correct me if I'm wrong, but exhibits at a museum aren't usually for sale. Ha! Spoken like a true member of the middle class. Everything's for sale when you have enough money. Am I to assume this applies to you? I've written for the most prestigious organisations. These scales have rubbed against the best of them. You should consider yourself blessed. I'm not more offended that you would even ask who I am. Then why don't I ask a different question? Do you have a family? A traditional family? No, but I have someone close to me, if that's what you mean. Would you not consider them family? I would. But that partnership was founded in a different time, and unfortunately there are still many similarities between now and then. Besides, when you've become larger than yourself, and people believe you are only how they sculpted you, there's a lot to lose if you betray their perception. If I'm to interpret your meaning, isn't the artistic industry quite progressive? For an artist at his easel, yes. For a writer at her typewriter, yes. For a musician with their instrument, yes. But for any of them with the need to live, to eat, to succeed, they must be ruled by money. And the people with money, money far above even my station, they do not understand the meaning of progress. So no, I suppose I don't have much family. Most of us can't afford to. Sorry to hear that. Why did you decide to visit it today? Oh, the curator practically begged me to come and write about it in one of my columns. I visited before, many years ago, and the article I wrote back then was an unbelievable success. Although, considering the terrible fate before us, I don't know that anything I write will speak highly enough. You mean the murder-turned-museum heist? Is that it? No, detective. Talking about irrelevancy. And worse yet, the curator has resorted to committing the cardinal sin, the display of counterfeit art. It's just painful. What do you mean? That would be quite the accusation. They're duplicates, simple as that. How else could one acquire such a diverse catalogue? In fact, I've already noticed two. And well, when there's two, there must be a third. That's just proper writing, detective. Right, okay. Interesting. As you joined the museum, I was taking my jolly good time looking over the many exhibits, alongside the old-timer. When we made our way into the sculpture gallery, I decided to strike up a conversation with the guide. Of course, I can't resist an expert discussion. The old-timer has far less patience for that sort of gallivanting, so he took off upstairs. Perhaps I shouldn't have let him go off on his own. I don't know what it was that they argued about, but it must have struck a nerve. I think that's when our evening started to go south. Is that so? Okay. There isn't much for me to say on the topic, but I suppose it began with the old-timer's argument upstairs. It sounded like he was in the fine art gallery. I started moving that way, but when I was just about there, I heard a blunt slam. I'd hoped that the argument didn't turn violent, but I was quickly using faith in that theory. Before I knew it, there was that wretched bang. A gunshot, with glass shattering not long after. I was concerned for the well-being of the old-timer, so I continued outward toward the balcony after him. By then, the brawl had concluded. The old-timer was clearly worn out, he was breathing heavily and had a couple of scrapes, but he seemed okay. I shuffled him back into the fine art gallery and tried to ignore the rest of the cacophony below. It calmed down soon after, and now you're here. Yes, here I am. I've taken down both of your testimonies, but there's a specific detail here that doesn't line up. The old-timer claimed he came away from the brawl entirely unscathed, but that's not accurate to your remarks. Why? This might be the easiest explanation you received today, Detective. Are you familiar with fragile masculinity? Oh, am I? We've known each other for a long, long time, and when I say he's improved, I mean it, but there are things that still get under his fur. Whether this helps or hinders your perception of his motives, I doubt he even second-guessed a lie like that. He speaks if you know him quite well. Intimately, some would say. Oh, are you two together? Understood. Okay. So, what have we got here? Critic. It's no surprise the old-timer would want to keep up his manly image. But as we can tell from what the critic told us, even the old-timer was a little shaken following his bout with the punk. Indeed. But that's fair, I think. So this is where it all went down. Yeah, there do be blood. Interesting. And what are these swinging? What's this swinging Majoogle doing? Okay. Another shocking aspect to the case unfolding in front of us. This is where the blood trail begins, considering the impact on the wall. If this is where the two guests fought, that impact is likely a result. With enough force, that would explain the crooked painting. Whatever happened, it's clear the conflict continued onwards, but I'll have to keep investigating to learn more. Indeed, I will. The Hatching of Venus by Sandro Bonobo Bocelli. Bono Bocelli. The legend says she was born from a giant scallop shell, but for avian folk, I suppose that's not terribly far off from the typical egg. Indeed. Two Deers Within Me by Frida Kahlo. I never knew deer folk could do something like this, anatomically. Oh no, wait, it's symbolic. That's on me. The Mare Lisa by Leonardo da Viper. I don't want to promise. I want Arsène Lupus here as a prisoner with handcuffs on him in a week. Not Arsène Lupin, please. No, not again. I can't do it again. I can't do it again. I can't. I love that old movie. One of the few our feline family had, and I loved every minute of it. Wolf Above the Sea of Fog by Caspar Darwin Frogrich. Such a mysterious figure. What is he contemplating? What tortures his melodramatic soul? I long to know. Maralinx Diptych by Andy Warthog. Oh, okay, Wolf, thank you for stopping by. Lovely to see you as always. My mum was always such a fan of Maralinx. On special occasions, she would even get spots painted into her fur. The Creation of Fido by Michael Flamingo. Considering the artist could fly, the chapel paintings he did are a bit less impressive. The Kiss, isn't it? Oh. Portrait of Adele Blackbear by Gustav Klimt. Oh, it's not The Kiss. Oh gosh, this one kind of hurts my eyes. American Gothic. American Dairy by Grant Woodpecker. As a city-dwelling feline, I never fancied the life of a barn cat, and considering the expression on their faces, I'm not missing much. Le Lapin by Edward Degas. Edward? It's not an animal. They can really dance. They can. Composition 7 by Vasily Kangavinsky. He's the only artist that can perfectly capture the mystique of a grand piano falling from the window and onto the sidewalk. Indeed he is. The Tower of Bleatle by Peter Brugoat. Mother Goose may have struck the tower as it reached the sky, and yet, upon our earthly wings we fly. Beautiful. Right, let's follow the blood trail, I guess? I never know what is, like, new here. Ah, so the blood trail goes down here into the... Ah. Then he fell here. This is clearly important to our case, so what should I investigate? Let's look at the placard first. A miniature Maui statue. Yeah, so that's what fell. Another victim in this odd culmination of crimes, unfortunately. The blood trail leads here and over the edge of the balcony. It's dashed across the exhibit podium as well. The podium looks like it's been pushed askew as well, and the art piece is missing. Stanchions are unlatched, presumably by force considering the perilous angle. The victim is visible lying on the floor below. They were likely disoriented and stumbled backwards to their demise. That's all there is to find here, for now at least. So did they shoot the statue by mistake? As they fell, maybe? Tylosaurus skeleton of the Cretaceous period. Taurus figurine discovered in Northern Europe and Asia. Am I blushing? I feel like I'm blushing. Space. Our solar system, for illustrative purposes only, not scale. If this really was built scale, Jupiter would probably be on the other side of town. Way past my office, I bet. I mean, yeah. The solar system scale is an insane thing. Oh, now I can look at events. This air duct has been witness to some pivotal moments of the evening, huh? Oh, but I can't do anything about the vent. Ammonoid fossil discovered in Northern Europe. Yes, the golden ratio, the Fibonacci sequence, logarithmic spiral, Lord Helix, a universal constant immortalized in stone. Pteranodon skeleton of the Cretaceous period. You're trying to tell me this isn't a pterodactyl? What next? That they had feathers? Ridiculous. Ridiculous. Where haven't I been yet? Whoops. Just goes down to the main hall. Would you like to take control of your past or change the channel of your future? Sure. Oh, it just shuffles the screens on the television exhibits around. They almost have me there. A bean? The Legume by Anish Kapoodle. Shape is so intriguing, and its surface so reflect... Wait, is that something in my teeth? Why didn't anyone tell me? Is dead? True art is dead. Oh. The plaque reads Society by Anonymous. True art is dead seems like an overly cryptic message, and simultaneously too on the nose. That's the Angel of the North by Anthony Gormley. Fairy of the Wall by Anthony Goatley. Could have sworn I've seen photos of this one before and it seemed much larger. It's quite huge, yeah. It do be quite big. Okay. Wait. Okay, that's where the scuffle was. Okay. Antiquities. Sarcophagus of Muttankamoon. Despite being the youngest puppy pharaoh, who is still a big cat fan, who can blame him? Well, yeah. Everyone should be a cat fan. Ceremonial Mass circa 1880. Well, it's nice to see the representation. It does beg the question of why all these cultural monuments are stuck in a Philadelphian museum. Yeah. Rug of crystal trading post. Entirely handmade, so intricate, a real artistic marvel. Apopho Belvedere circa 130. Statue depicts him as a horse, a classic example of trying to erase his true Oxon heritage. Statue of a small Horus. Classic depiction of my favourite avian god, just very tiny. Terracotta tiger. Just one warrior immortalised in clay, but historians believe over 8,000 exist. I watched a documentary that was very educational until it said they'd wake up and take over the planet for their alien overlords. Yeah. Hopefully that doesn't happen. Carinthian black spotted pottery. Yeah. Rabbits of the court in the garden. Circa 1700. It's like I can hear the cicadas buzzing all around me and the clunking of that little bamboo fountain thing too. Nataraja, circa 900. I remember visiting some distant family when I was a kitten. My father took me to a temple with a statue like this. Sure. Let's have a chat to the frog. The artist. Greetings. Hello, I'm the detective tending to this case. I'm aware of this. You're from Feline Forensics? Yes, I am. Good, you're familiar. Do you mind? You may. Ask me a few questions, that is. How do you know me? Was it the tie? I tried to give something more neutral, professional, insightful even. Maybe it's my suit. The shoulders are very padded. Is it the suit? To private eye? It was not the tie, detective. So it was the suit. It was also not the suit. I'm just aware of you, generally speaking. Good marketing, perhaps. Besides, I simply prefer to be aware. An artist must observe the world. I hope that proves useful. Let's begin. Whatever it takes. Who are you? I regret to inform you, detective. Who I am is not important. I am unimportant. In the grand schemes of things, as it pertains to the situation around us, those details will not bring you closer to case closed. Then why don't you humour me? As if I were asking a stranger. As a stranger, not the detective. I'm a washed-up failure of a creative amphibian. As soon as I had hands, my parents couldn't keep enough paper in the house. I'd hoard every marker and paint I could find. Clay was my best friend. My imagination was insatiable, so I didn't have time for anyone or anything else. Doesn't sound like a failure to me. Insatiable may beget experience. But it does not equate to talent. Is that a sufficient answer, detective? Indeed. I hope you don't mind answering some other questions. What do you do? Since my art career became an artifact of the past, I found myself in several professions. Nowadays, I work under a contract agency. They have me doing temporary work placements. Many placements are undesirable, unfortunately, but it pays the bills, and I can keep a fair bit of time to myself. Still create art? Yes. I don't believe I could ever truly give it up, but inspiration strikes less frequently. That's why I've decided to come to the museum today. Did you find something inspiring? I believe I have, but time will tell. The paint must dry, as they say. They do say that, don't they? Apparently so. About all that paint. I'm sure you're aware, but why are you so covered in it? Oh, I thought it was a pattern of the outfit. I didn't realise it was paint. This is my favourite coat. Are you suggesting that just because I got some paint on it, that suddenly it means it can no longer be a coat? It was a bit cold today. I needed to wear a coat. I'm not warm-blooded, detective. Do you want me to be cold? I didn't say that, no. Besides, it makes the coat more unique. No one in the whole world has this coat but me. I could see the allure in something like that. Would you say you strive to stand out? I think most people do, myself included, and yet I frequently feel invisible. It's as if people just don't see me, even if I'm standing right there. Makes one feel quite lonely, to say the least. Forgotten. My apologies. I believe I've strayed far from your inquiry. Don't worry about it. Not at all. Shall we discuss another topic? What were you doing? I hate to break it to you, but my prior behaviour has little impact to the case. I was just wandering around the various exhibits, observing. Specifically, I was counting the bones of those hanging skeletons from the Natural History exhibit's balcony. Then again, I did spend some time on the courtyard balcony as well, mesmerised by the pendulum's colourful sway. Considering my proximity to the Fine Art Gallery, I overheard the arguments that began, and I departed the upper floor. I've got all that written down now, so thank you. What happened? I'll begin with the argument. It was nearby, and I didn't want to get involved. By the time I made it to the lower courtyard, I heard the gunshots. Naturally, I attempted to make my way out of the museum entirely, but the guard came hastily through the room and bumped into me. I eventually got through, made my way to the foyer. Unfortunately, the door was already locked down. I imagine it was a result of the alarm being tripped. The museum has a sophisticated security system, it seems. And there wasn't anyone else around? Initially, no. When the tourist arrived from behind me, I told him we were stuck. Even when the curator came back, they refused to open the door. The tourist passionately opposed their decision, but eventually stood down. We waited in our respective exhibits until you arrived. Okay. When I collected his witness testimony, he neglected to mention anything about bumping into you in the courtyard. That doesn't surprise me, detective. Don't you remember what I said before? Even with all this paint, people just don't see me. You did say that, huh? I suppose I didn't quite grasp the severity of it. It's not uncommon either, I assure you. If you have any doubts about my honesty in this situation, I can present my perspective in greater detail. Don't think that's necessary. Your testimony is entirely plausible, especially considering the frantic nature of tonight's events. Okay. So that means there's a contradiction, though. Yes. The guard didn't move straight through the courtyard. He bumped into the artist on the way. While that might seem minor, the most minor details can turn an entire case upside down. Okay. Where did we come from? We came from up there. Okay, so let's go through here. Sculptures. Hey Deathclaw, how's it going? Balloon Dog by Jeff Raccoons. I shouldn't get too close. I was never declawed. Well, good. No cat should ever be declawed. Plaque reads Metal Angles by an unknown artist. This looks like they dropped a bunch of cutlery in the garbage disposal, and that is a compliment. Yeah, I'm alright, I suppose. Pedals of Metal, circa 1900. An old friend from New Pork City has something like this hanging in his flat. It looked a bit tacky there too. Nostalgia on Cathode Ray Tube by Hayao Miyazebra. Hey, I get that reference. Oh, I know that one too. Wait, and that one. Gourd by Yayoi Kurzwana. I've never been a big Gourd fan. Okay. Vertical Constellation with Blob by Alexander Calamander. Oh, I see it. It's a whale. Or is it a lion? Maybe a... Actually, I don't see anything. In Pursuit of Wings by an Unknown Artist. How much of ourselves we relinquish in pursuit of our own desires? Oh, I know this plight well, don't I? Plaque reads Gold Blindfold on a Marble Bust by an Unknown Artist. A man with golden eyes. Is this a reference to a spy fella? I'm babooned. James babooned. Ha! What a classic. Stone Swirl by an Unknown Artist. I could see why they wanted to be left anonymous. I mean, carving that out of stone, though, quite tricky. My Many Long Legs by Louise Bourgeois. Even small and behind glass, I can feel my fur standing straight up. Somewhat Patterned Ceramic Squares by Kaiser Suidswan. Reminds me of a game I played as a kitten with a timer and the blocks. You know? What? Not important. Okay, let's talk to a rabbit and a mouse. Greetings, detective. Boy, am I glad you're here. Glad to be here, although not necessarily under these circumstances. Happy to help nonetheless. Unfortunately, I don't think I'm going to be much help. I'm a bit of an anxious rabbit, you see. Oh, that's okay. We can work through it slowly, with whatever information we have. Oh, that's quite a relief. I know a lot about being a guide, but I'm afraid I just don't hold up under pressure. It is what it is, right? Of course, I'll need to ask a lot of questions. I can't leave any stone unturned, but let me know if it becomes too much. Sounds like a great plan, detective. Great. Let's get to it, if you're ready. Sure thing, detective. Who are you? Gosh, I don't tend to talk about myself much. After a few years, I'm still the museum's newest employee, but I've been into art history for a long time. Interesting, and how'd you spend your free time? Oh, nothing super exciting. I have a sweet tooth, so I bake a bunch. Enjoy a good period drama. I read when I can. What else? Considering your line of work, you never pursued the arts? Gosh, no. I mean, I did try watercolour once or twice. Yeah, but it was bad. Bad. Don't get me started on the charcoals and oil pastels I have sitting in my closet. A bit of an impulse. Obviously, I still study art a lot, but no, never really felt like making much. It's definitely not for everyone, including myself. Okay. What do you do? I'm the current leader of education and guest relations here at the museum. If visitors have questions or they want a tour, I'm their bunny. Aside from that, I'm also the youngest member of the team, so I try to manage our marketing and outreach. The curator and the guard don't really understand social media, you know. Nowadays, though, that's my least favourite part of the job. The internet can be a cruel place. I don't envy you in the least. Folks make fair points, like about our exhibits, but they don't really understand how any of it works. They don't like that we keep art from cultures that aren't ours, and I don't disagree with them. But lots of people might never be exposed to these other cultures if we didn't. I don't know. It's complicated. Most of the world is these days. Why don't we discuss another point? What did you do before? Just the most soul-draining corporate office work. I went to school for business, whatever that means. In retrospect, it felt like a bit of a scam. It's not like I was passionate about any of it, but it was safe, or so they said. You passionate about what you do now? Absolutely. I wouldn't change a thing, at least no major thing, right? Yeah. Sure, there are bigger museums and better pay, but I used to think about that kind of thing way too much. I like the people here. I trust them and they appreciate me. I get to inspire people's passions. Can't ask for more than that, I suppose. I do want to ask some more questions, though. What were you doing? Before everything started to unravel, I was going about a normal day's business. More specifically, I was answering questions and offering tours to the various guests, but with varying success. It's not totally weird or anything, but the critic was the first to really engage at all. He had some questions about a sculpture, but then he started questioning my qualifications. Any particular reason for the change in topic? Maybe it was a distraction. We could overhear the old-timer shouting upstairs, but eventually he went upstairs to go check on him anyway. I figured it would diffuse itself and they'd come back down, so I went into antiquities, hoping I could escort them out for causing trouble. That didn't go as planned, unfortunately. I can see that. You said they were asking you some personal questions, but he described it as only a debate between experts. Well, I did say questions, but there were more challenges. Did it feel like perhaps he had an ulterior motive? You mentioned the possibility it could have been a distraction. I don't think he really had a goal. He was just being curmudgeonly old man. That sounds rude, but true. And that isn't anything new. So I guess I didn't think too much of it. Not until, well, you know the rest by now. I do, yes. What happens? Honestly, it all felt very sudden. I don't even really remember what happens. After everything had sort of resolved, or calmed down, the curator said someone had shot a gun in the museum. That seems like a pretty difficult detail to miss, with how loud it would be against all these marble walls. Yeah, the noise. I think that's what sent me into shock. The next thing I remember was the curator's voice breaking through this haze. They were trying to get me to do my breathing exercises, and when I was responsive enough, they left to call the police. But I keep thinking that if the curator hadn't prioritised me, maybe the diamond wouldn't have been stolen. You shouldn't feel guilty. It's natural the curator would be concerned for you. Especially over some priceless rock. A rock that, as far as we know, is still around here somewhere. And I'll find it. I guess you're right. Yeah, you're right. Thanks, detective. Don't worry about it. Okay. Yeah, this is contradicted by the guide's testimony. This may not have necessarily been a lie, but it certainly speaks to the critic's sensibilities. At least his testimony seems to line up otherwise. It does. But I've got more things in here. And more information in here. Let's talk to the moose. Students. Hello. Greetings, I'm the detective from Feline Forensics. Well, don't let me get in your way. I'm actually here for you. What? I'm innocent. I swear. I meant I'm here to talk to you. Some simple questions, really. There's no need to be so nervous unless you have a reason to be nervous. I'm innocent. I swear. No, I was just making a joke, trying to break the tension. I've been told I'm very dry, so please accept my apologies. It's okay, I accept. Thank you for questioning me, and please go about your duties. I will stay out of your way. Is it because we're a cat and they're a mouse, or is it just because they're just a nervous person and we're a copper? Rats, I didn't think you'd realise. Fine, go ahead. Who are you? Oh, you don't care about that, detective. I'm just a little mouse, nothing special, and like I said, I'm also super innocent. I'm sure you are. So you wouldn't mind if I searched your backpack, for instance? Why would you need to do that? I haven't stolen anything and put it in my backpack, if that's what you think. I was just kidding again. Why were we kidding? Shouldn't we search everybody? Why did you come to the museum today? I came here for a date, okay? And they stood me up. Oh no. Don't you know how hard it is these days? With the apps and the mixers and the socialising and the being attractive. Not to mention the texting and the flirting and the leaving the house. Oh, don't get me started on having to go outside. It's dreadful, detective. It's terrible. The only silver lining is that you can find places like this that are free to get stood up. Imagine having to pay for that type of embarrassment. Wait. Actually, never mind. My apologies. I'm sure there's another topic. Yeah, it's not free though, is it? Because didn't we have that receipt? What do you do for work? How do you make a living? I don't really make a living. I'm kind of unmaking a living, getting further and further in debt. Can you tell from my distinct lack of sleep? I'm a student. Oh, I see. What are you studying? Game design. For the creativity of it, you know? And obviously the money. There's no denying that the tech industry is booming. It's just going to keep growing and growing. Line go up. Ha! Couldn't ask for more fantastic working conditions too. It's incredibly accessible, historically inclusive, diversity off the charts. I don't know. Stability? Look no further. Problematic behaviour in business practice? Not here. Why do I feel like some game devs are getting some things off their chest? Literally nothing to complain about. Not a thing at all. What were you doing? How far back should I go? I came in a few hours ago and started going through a few exhibits. You can skip ahead slightly. Right, of course. Totally. Well, I got to the natural history exhibit after a bit and started admiring all the artwork there. I could overhear what sounded kind of like an argument. I didn't give it much thought, minding my own business, but it started to get more intense. It didn't take long to realise that it escalated further than it should have. Everything spun out of control from there. I see. I couldn't tell what it was about, but I heard the argument upstairs was beginning to get physical. Bad things just kind of happen randomly nowadays, and better not to take any chances, you know? I got to the foyer, but that's when my suspicions were solidified. The sound of a gunshot. I pounced towards the door, and as I reached for the handle, the place went into a total lockdown. I was scared, detective. I felt cornered, trapped. I did the only thing I could think of. I retreated into the sculpture gallery to hide until things calmed down. I almost knocked over one of the sculptures in my haste. Thankfully, it wasn't too long until everything seemed under control again. As in control as it could be, I suppose. Okay. So that's given us another person. Ah, it's interesting that it's filled in motives. Oh, but we've got some stuff missing there from the podcaster. Obviously, we know nothing particularly about the punk. We haven't met the tourist yet. Cool beans. We will continue with this mystery. Ooh, we do have a map. Beautiful. We'll continue with this mystery in a couple of minutes. After the break, I will see you then. Okay, so I think the only place we haven't been now is the courtyard. I think. Where there do be a piggly-wig. Something else to look at first, though. There it is. Ooh! I've looked at all the museum's exhibits and got an achievement called Connosaurus Rex. You only just back from ads. You had long ads. I apologise. On Essence of Colour by Sir Ribert Krokstein von Lillipad de Wart the Fourth. In the nasty world of noir grey, be a crystal of colour. Well, quite. I can't look at it though. I can't look up. I can only look around. No sense in leaving any stone unturned, or shrub in this case. Just gotta reach a paw in and rustle some leaves. Oh, what's this? Something's perched between these branches. It's cold and it feels like a diamond. No, it's the gun casing, right? Yes. Bullet casing. Where's the weapon? Okay. Interesting. As you'd expect, I've never really been a fan of water. But if my suspicions are correct, I need to do what must be done. Pour into the fountain, detective. Here goes nothing. Oh dear, it's cold and very wet. Ugh, my fur is going to be uncomfortable for the rest of the evening. Aha! There it is. The murder weapon. Smoking, dripping gun. It was likely fired during the brawl upstairs and dropped soon after. I'll have to look it over to gather more information, then start questioning the various suspects about it too. Okay, so let's do that then. So nothing to actually look at? Talk to a piggywig. Howdy doody, Detective Rooney. Doody. Please call me detective. I'm the investigator on this case. How are you holding up with all the commotion? Just tippy-topper, Investicopper. Little worried I'm getting behind on my itinerary, but I'll survive. An itinerary? Are you on vacation? You ding-dang bet I am. A nice long trip like I always wanted to. Just wasn't in the dealer's deck until recent. Call me a regular tourist, because I know you gotta plan every stop. You know what they be saying, detective? Failing to plan is like planning to have a good time getting lost. I think we should get to the topic at hand, don't you? Righty-ho. Don't hold back. Hit me with your best shot. Who are you? I've gone by a lot of names, detective, but what you see is what you get. Just an old free spirit flying through the back half of life. Sounds quite nice, actually. Are you flying with any family? Oh, you really are good at this, huh? You always know what to ask. Of course I've got family. A little brother and his sty piglets. Dear me, does their mother have her hooves full with them? She's practically a sister to me too. You said you're travelling. Is it difficult to be away from them? Stings the soul, that's for sure, but I try to send a postcard every couple of days, and I've collected far too many souvenirs for him. When our pop would go out on business trips, he'd always bring little baubles back with him, so you know I gotta keep the tradition alive. I'm sure the kids love that too. Let's move on with something else for now. What do you do? Nowadays, not much. I'll do some odd jobs when I get back from this big old vacation, but past that, no more grind for me. That's a fortunate position to find yourself in. How did you manage that? That's a tough one, Cat-tective. Long story short, my pops was into some peculiar business, at least until he died. I was a teenager then, and my brother was even younger, so fending for ourselves wasn't much an option. Luckily, Pop's work buddies took us in. When I got a bit older, I took over the operation he left behind. A decade later, we landed a pretty profitable contract, and the rest is history. I see. Did your brother follow along as well? Muddy heavens, no. In fact, that's what kept my eye on the truffle. I didn't want him to get involved. That's admirable. Why don't we talk about something else now? So you were like a mobster, is that what you're saying? About this business. Now that's the story, and I bet you don't want me to spare even the tiniest detail. Don't be afraid to abridge slightly if necessary. I'm just yanking your tail. Thing is, there's not much to say. I was a poor piglet told to pick himself up from the bootstraps, and I don't even wear boots. All told, I worked hard, but it was a lucky couple decisions and a better company, right places and left times, you know? I'm nothing if not a storyteller, and a good one at that, but I wouldn't want to put you into a catnap with the details. Okay. Yeah, no manner of details will be enough to distract from the fact that you refused to answer the question, or did you truly think I wouldn't realise? Look, Whiskers, simply put, some of those crowds weren't the most savoury, but folks with deep pockets. Pops put us in some circumstances, then went off and oinked. It forced me into decisions I don't like having made. All that's important to know now is, well, I got more curls in my tail these days. Wouldn't make those choices again if I had to. I won't press the issue now, but I hope you understand that if I have reason to suspect its relevance, I won't have much choice. No, I get it. Don't sound so stern, detective. If you think I'm running from something or into another, rest assured the worst of it already comes with me everywhere. I understand. What were you doing? Let me tell you, much of the same as I'm doing right now. Standing on my own two hooves, gazing at all these colours. At least until the podcaster came on through and started asking about my camera. They called it such an old school vibe. What about it was she interested in? I don't know, but she was mighty excited. I let her look it over because I didn't see much harm in that. I took my eyes off it when the argument upstairs started becoming an issue, but she didn't seem shady or nothing. That's when things really started to kick off. Is that so? Okay. Did he take any photos? Whole lot if you ask me. Well, I guess you are asking me, aren't you? For much of it I wasn't privy to. Those two upstairs were in a bit of a brawl and one of them shot a gun. Instinctually I stepped in front of the podcaster, but luckily I don't think anyone actually got hit. That was when we heard some glass smash in the other room and the museum's alarm start blaring. Didn't think this sort of thing could still rile me up, but in that moment I must have been sweating something fierce, like someone splashed my back with a pail of water. I tried to tell the girl to save her own fur, but I don't know, maybe she was more invested than she let on, and I wasn't going to carry her out. When I got to the foyer, the artist was already arguing with the curator about letting us out. I guess the alarm put everything on total lockdown. And I don't blame a single feather on them. They didn't know what was what. They just told us to stand by and wait for the police. Not my favourite gang to deal with, but I sat tight, and that's about all she wrote. Okay. Do I have more questions? I do. Oh, this old thing? It's been my trusty companion for ages. Been through some bumps and bruises, but nothing a good buff can't fix. Had a hearty crash today, didn't we, buddy? You didn't mention that in your testimony. What happens? Didn't I? I told you I'd let the podcaster look it over, right? When everything started to go sideways, the gunshot probably spooked her and she dropped it. A real clatter, too. Second biggest of the day, maybe. I don't want to ignore the obvious issue here, so why do you have a camera in here anyways? Surely the museum's policies would forbid it. Oh, don't worry, detective. I had it all cleared with the curator. They said it was fine as long as I didn't take any photos. There isn't even any film in here. Oh, that's annoying. I guess that makes sense. Okay. So. We've talked to everybody. I think we need to go talk to the guard again. Yeah, maybe we need to talk to the podcaster again too. Okay, let's go talk to the guard again. Do you recall having encountered the artist earlier, perhaps in the courtyard? That's a tough one, eh? The tourist was there, and the podcaster. Oh, you know what? The artist was in the courtyard. Come to think of it, when I was barreling through to get to the brawl upstairs, I nearly tripped over my own 2 paws. Or so I thought, but now that you mention it, yeah, it must have been him that I was stumbling over. Such a silly thing for me to forget, ain't it? So sorry, Detective. I guess my memory was a bit hazy after the whole debacle got out of control. Okay. About the podcaster, you saw her in the natural history exhibit. Did you suspect that she could have stolen it then? Initially I did, yes, but she was quick to explain herself, and it all made sense to me. She told me she'd come from the courtyard just a moment prior in response to the sound of breaking glass and a loud thud. That would have been the gemstone being stolen and the victim falling from above. Considering the timeline, there wasn't much she could have gotten up to. Hate to break it to you, but she did have a few moments before you arrived. Not enough to steal the jewel, of course, but she did steal the victim's belongings. Oh no, you don't say. Oh man, I knew I should have been more strict with her. I was just so concerned with calling the police and getting things under control. While your motives were understandable, this could have been avoided with a bit more diligence. Yeah, sounds familiar, Detective. I'm sorry about that. I'm thankful you're setting things right. I'm working on it, at least. About the guide. You mentioned in your testimony that you discovered her in the antiquities exhibit, stunned from the sound of the gunshot. As much as you know about her condition, do you think it's possible she could have been unaware of your presence in that moment? Oh, I hadn't really considered that, but I bet you're right. I can't reiterate enough how much I really did try to help, but the curators always had a lighter touch, so calling for them was the best call I could make. I agree. Okay. Okay, so... what we're saying is the guard discovered her and called the curator. Considering her condition at the time, there's no way she would have known the guard tried to help her. As far as I can tell, this was just an honest mistake, but worth keeping the record straight nonetheless. Indeedy-doody. Okay. Ah, does that mean you've got something to say to me then, if you've got a thought bubble? I've met them all and started to establish profiles on each. There's someone at the heart of this, and I'll find out who. Yes, yes. Congratulations, Detective. I have utmost faith in your sleuthing skills. Please continue to work diligently. It's getting late, don't you think? Injustice doesn't sleep, I'm afraid. It takes time to shine the light on truth. Fine, do what you must. Take as much time as you need. But remember, the very fate of this museum hinges on your ability to resolve this efficiently. Oh dear. I think you mean effectively, Curator. Either way, we should move on to another topic. I'd expect nothing less. About the camera. What camera? I was discussing tonight's events with the tourist, and the topic of his camera arose. Did you not notice he had it on him when he arrived? I absolutely did not. I'm sure you understand, Detective, that recording of any kind within the museum is strictly against policy. Why would guests come visit if they can observe a rudimentary facsimile someplace else? I had a hunch that's what you would say, but it might reveal some important evidence, so I'm going to entertain the prospect for now. Okay, fine. I suppose it is a minor concern at the moment. I agree. Specifically, that paid by the victim earlier tonight. He was charged for 2 entrants. Was he accompanied by anyone? No, he wasn't. That's when I started to suspect he was up to no good. I was correct, of course. Why would he have paid for 2? I hope this wasn't malicious on your part. It was no mistake. When I told him there was a charge for admittance, he said he would pay for himself and whoever comes in next. That's all. Just to clarify, he didn't know there was a cost to enter, but he was willing to pay for 2. I didn't think much of it, Detective. It seemed to surprise him, so perhaps he didn't want that to happen to someone else. Did it betray my initial impressions of his character? Sure, but he confirmed them soon after with all this mess he's caused. It does seem that way, but we can never be so sure. By chance, do you remember who came in next? That nervous one with the backpack. Oh, so that's why he said it was free. I tried to explain the situation to him, but with all of that stammering, I don't think he heard any of it. Intriguing. Okay. Critic said you'd requested an article to be written. Could you tell me more about that? Detective, I'm afraid I have no idea what you're talking about. Is that so? He said this wasn't the first time. In fact, he said the first one did quite well. Huh, I'm sure he did. Why don't you ask the old timer about that? See if his memory is held up enough to recall that catastrophe. My apologies if this struck a nerve, but for now I have other topics we should get to. You described her as stunned until eventually your efforts to rouse her were successful and she told you to call the authorities. But she described the situation differently, that you failed to calm her and left her there unmoving in order to call the police. Ah, she said that, did she? If you recall, I also described her as selfless and to a fault. I'll have you know she's like a daughter to me. I regret to say that she lied to you, Detective, to save my feathers. For a curator to not prioritise the safety of their guests or even their exhibits, I believe she intended to maintain my proper image. Yes. I don't know about that. About the alarm. It's state of the art. Awarded on a grant several years ago, it runs through every wall, door and exhibit. A bit Orwellian, but I do what I must. Took a long time to amass such a wondrous collection, so I'd like to keep it. Can we not ask them about the fakes? I don't see any cameras though. How does it work? That's the beauty of it. It's entirely invisible, reading paw prints on the surface of display stands, glass cases and frames. Recognises registered users, so if I were to rearrange the exhibits, I wouldn't have to worry about disabling the entire system. Of course, the rest of my staff is also registered. Conservators, appraisers or technicians get temporarily registered as needed too. The guard mentioned a discretionary response system. Do you know anything about that? Vaguely. For instance, putting the doors on lockdown is an early stage response, whereas that atrocious sound is much later. I know that much. I see. If someone stole an exhibit, a noisy alarm would alert everyone, warning the thief that their cover was blown. Of course, if the thief broke into an exhibit to steal it, well, they've already relinquished the advantage of discretion. In that case, the alarm siren acts more like a warning system to other guests. I'm starting to see this intelligence you mentioned. Yes, well, I hope it makes closing this case easier for you. Easier and quicker. Easier, perhaps. Quicker, I'm not so sure. I think it's time to retrace my steps towards that broken display again. Before I do, though, I have more questions. Do I? No, I do not. Okay. So, we want to go... Oh. Oh my word. So does that mean we can fill this in now? So earlier tonight in the museum... No. In the... Surprisingly, he had a gun, I guess. Maybe that's not museum. They fought? Or argued? Maybe fought. In the... courtyard? And eventually the... It was the statue, wasn't it, that fell? The... I guess the statue. Or is it a sculpture? I don't know. Fell. From the Something balcony. Amidst the chaos, someone stole the diamond gemstone from the glass case, maybe? No, glass case is all one word. From the broken glass case? Destroyed glass case. Ooh. Okay. Interesting. So something's wrong. Maybe it's not destroyed glass case. Whoops. From the... I don't know. Led by the curator. The museum staff. Also included the loyal guard and knowledgeable guide. Cool. Suspects and witnesses included the eccentric critic? No, the critic's distinguished, maybe. The bitter old-timer. And then we've got the anxious student, the jolly tourist, the reserved eccentric podcaster, and the reserved artist. Yeah. Okay. Is it the exhibit balcony? Something's wrong. They fought in the... museum? They fought in the exhibit? Maybe they argued. Maybe they didn't fight. No. Okay, they did fight. Maybe it's sculpture, not statue. No. This is going to be there's someone argued in the someone. Not in the someone. The old timer argued in the... Where were they when they were arguing? We've done that. The victim couldn't have fallen from above because there was a blood trail. Where were they arguing? Fine arts. Okay. And then into the courtyard balcony. So maybe they did fight in the courtyard. And then maybe courtyard balcony. No. Okay. Well. Maybe it's not the sculpture fell. Maybe it's the punk fell. No. Okay. With the punk. Argued in the fine arts gallery. Exhibit. Yeah. Yes, okay. With the chaos, someone stole the gemstone from the destroyed glass case. Is that not... Maybe it's not destroyed glass case. Maybe it's where it was... Maybe it's the natural history exhibit. Haha. Okay. They fought in the courtyard and eventually the punk fell from the... It wasn't the courtyard balcony though, was it? Is it the natural history balcony? Yes. Nice. Aha! I knew I was onto something. Got the basic details of this case all sorted out and met every suspect. Now it's time to really get to work. Okay, so we've got some inconsistencies going on here. While the curator did leave to call the authorities, it wasn't before successfully rousing the guide from his stun. Was she intentionally trying to threaten me? Or was she just trying to maintain the curator's reputation? Who knows? What do you mean? Oh. You want the evidence. That. Could it be the student just stumbled into a bit of luck? But why lie about that? Maybe through all the excitement he misremembered. It could be that easy, right? It could, I suppose. So, now, I guess... Ooh. As they something the something, something the something, something into a something, causing the something to be something. Yeah. When it's something the something below, and then something the something. Soon after, the something the something from the something and into a something. The something looked on as the something accidentally something his something, which took a something when it's something the something. The something then something, it's something. By this time, the something had something into the something, but the something was already something, so he something in the something something. That's the case solved. Ah, we can look at this again. I have more information about the museum's security system now, so I should probably take a second pass at this. I've been assuming the thief used the statue to break open the case because witnesses believe that's what triggered the alarm. There's no denying they heard glass shatter and the alarm blaring, but that doesn't mean it was intentional. When the statue was shot and fell, if it landed in the display below, the gemstone would have been ripe for the taking. See, that's what I assumed happened. Unless it was already gone. According to the curator's knowledge on the security system, that leaves us with two possibilities. One, the thief opened the case, which locked the museum doors and the alarm went off later. Or two, the thief was a registered user with the system and the doors wouldn't have been locked until the case was accidentally broken later. Unfortunately, there's no way to know which is true right now. Maybe the guard will have further insight on my theory. Fair. Okay, you've got something to say to me. About the camera. You mean the tourist's camera? Oh, that thing was like so nice. I wish I could afford one, but they're so vogue right now. Yes, that one. You mentioned looking over it. Did you notice if it had any film? Oh, it must have. Didn't I tell you what happened when I dropped... It took a photo. Yes! Neither of you mentioned dropping the camera, no. Whoops. Silly me. Well, you, remember the gunshot, right? Blammo and all that? That didn't bother me at all, I guess. But then with the glass shattering, the alarm went off, and that's what got me. The noise made me jump, and whoop, that was when the camera just dropped right out of my little hands. When it hit the floor, there was a big flash, so it probably took some sort of photo. Of course, I got it back to him all in one piece, and before he even noticed. Everything afterwards was pretty much the same as I told you before. Okay. So now, can we go talk to the, Piggly and get his camera. Hello, Piggly. We've been over that already, haven't we, Detective? There ain't much more to say. Well, there's one particular detail I think we should go over again. You weren't using the camera at all tonight, correct? Of course. The curator would have had my head if I was. There ain't even any film in here. Then how come, according to the podcaster, the camera's flash went off when she dropped it? You should take a beginner's photography course. Just because the flash goes off doesn't mean I actually took a photo, Detective. But if you're so confident in your theory, then how about you check it out yourself? You can take my camera as evidence as long as I get it back. It's empty, you'll see, but full of sentimental value. I'll make a note to return it once the case is closed, unless of course I discover something incriminating. Okay. But I mean, he could have taken the film out, right? But I can't look at anything. So what? What's this doing for me? This is inspections performed. And there's inspection performed here too. I don't know what I'm doing wrong. Like, what am I supposed to be seeing that I'm not seeing? Wiggle his ears. I don't understand. I don't understand. I don't understand. I'm gonna have a Google, see if I'm doing anything wrong. mentions anything about it. But, like, I can't open it up or anything. Have we done all of these? Is it always going to tell me when there's a thing to look at? When, like, I can question something. I don't know. Let's talk to some more people, see what happens. This way. Does the frog have anything more to say? No. Rabbit does. About the guard. I don't believe you were aware in the moment, but I figured I should tell you he did try to help you while you were in that stunned state. Unfortunately, he didn't know how to help, but he called for the curator to come take care of you. He wishes he could have done more, he said. Oh, the guard has always been the nicest. If you get a chance, tell him I appreciate it. I'll bring him an extra croissant tomorrow. I'm sure he'll enjoy that. I've got some more details to go over. About the curator. According to your testimony, they helped you up to a point, then prioritised calling the police. Unfortunately, they didn't corroborate that. Are you giving me a chance to revise my statement, detective? Okay, yeah, the curator would never have prioritised the museum over us, at least not as far as I've ever known. They did help me recover more than I let on before, and it was my idea to call the authorities. The curator theorised that you were attempting to protect their reputation. Is that the case? I suppose I was. I know they come across as a bit prickly, detective, but they do mean well. And they'd do whatever it takes to support us. I just wish there was a way we could do the same for them. There does seem to be a bit of a trend. Okay. What about the moose? Yes. About admission. What about it? There's no fee or anything, right? No, in this case, someone had come in before you and paid in advance, actually. Ooh! Call it luck, right? That kind of thing never happens to me. So you weren't aware of who paid it? No, didn't think anything of it. Just went on my way waiting for that date, like I said before. Well, it turns out the generous patron was caught in this chaotic situation, and unfortunately it cost them their life. What? Detective. I lied, okay? I lied to you. I didn't come here for a date. I do know who paid my admission. The punk, he was my friend. My best friend. Ooh-hoo-hoo! So please tell me what happened. He and another visitor got into an argument. Ultimately, he fell from the balcony in the natural history exhibit. It seems to have been fatal. Oh. Okay. Detective, you can ask a couple more questions if you really need to. Okay. Interesting. About the guide. Were you aware that the discussion you shared earlier was taken quite differently by her? Whatever could you mean, detective? It was simply a forum for two intellectuals. Perhaps one person's forum is another's arena, especially when such a debate is uninvited. Have you considered that? I can assure you that it was not my intention to debate her. Surely she's been through more treacherous challenges than I could provide. I'm not in a position to make claims one way or another, but I found the disparity in your testimony is important enough to clarify. And worth noting, if your honest response to criticism is defensive, then I suggest you reflect on why that is. Huh. How astute and utterly absurd a sentiment. That's my job. Okay, well, all we did there was piss him off. Do you know if the curator requested the critic to come and write it today? Huh? No, absolutely not. I'm sure they wouldn't ever ask the critic to do that again. The curator alluded to that in a previous article. What happened with that? I'll keep the story short since it isn't mine to tell, but between you and I, it wasn't pretty. It was harsh but perfectly fair. I've heard murmurs it put the museum in a rough spot, but that wasn't our concern. Despite tonight's commotion, the museum seems fine to me. Okay. Yeah, this seems to be wrong. Let's ask him about it. About the article. Yes, do you want to read it? I have an early draft if you'd like. That's interesting, considering the curator was entirely unaware of the request you mentioned. They must be playing coy with you, or maybe they're just embarrassed that they need my help to keep their museum afloat. But I guess you wouldn't understand standing on the outside desperately trying to look in. You're trying to change the topic. Did the curator ask you to write that article or not? No, they didn't. They didn't have to. I received an anonymous tip and I decided to be generous. Fine. It's my turn to change the topic now. Okay. We're getting more words. I don't know how helpful that is. I mean, it's going to be helpful. But, yeah. Maybe not to us right now. I don't really know where I need to go now, who I need to talk to. Maybe I should try the hint system. If it is a hint system. Ooh, the bear's got something to say. About the alarm. I looked back over the crime scene with special attention to the pedestal of the stolen gemstone. I have a theory I'd like to run by you. Oh yeah, he did say you need to talk to the bear about it. Lay it on me. I believe that when the display case was broken, the gemstone was already missing. From everything you know about the security system, would that be possible? I suppose it could be, Detective. That'd be quite the twist. The issue I'm having with my theory is how to actually prove it. Without more clearly defined timing, it's impossible to know for sure. Well, the security system has an interface you could access. Ooh, nice! That's something you'd have to get the curator's approval for, since it's private business and all that. I was hoping it wouldn't come to that, but if that's what it takes, I'll give it a shot. Until then, I think I might have a few more things to discuss with you before I go. I don't think I do. Yo, curator, can I get in the maintenance room, please? No, wrong thing. About the back room. The guard mentioned it while we were discussing the security system. I believe it could help crack this case if you'd allow it. Preposterous. Everything that happened tonight took place within the public space. No one had access to the maintenance room tonight. Tonight, sure, but what if all this was set in motion prior? What would you say then? As far as I know, and you can prove, that punk came in to drum up trouble and some other opportunist saw fit to seize their chance. So what would I say to that, you ask? I would still say no. Hope you understand that if I find another means of access, I'll have to defy your wishes. And if I find something important there, you could be held liable for obstruction. Then so be it. Is that a hint that I need to get into the back room somehow? Am I going to do it via the vents that are like in every room? I don't even know where the back room is. So there's only one vent we could look at, wasn't there? I could completely be barking up the wrong tree with this whole vent business. But we could look at this vent. Let's see what happens if I phone the phone. Oh, I don't have anything at the moment. I'm not really sure why I called. Oh, so it's not a hint system. That's annoying. Can't do anything about these if they're not highlighted. Guess I need to investigate this, but it's just not. I never know with this sort of thing if it's a bug or if I'm doing something wrong. I'm going to have another Google. Yeah, it just says rotate it until an eye icon appears. Let's see if it'll work with a keyboard instead. Oh! No way. Oh, there we go. I knew there was something here, but there isn't something here. Sometimes that can be just as important. If I had to bet, this is probably another case of someone's sticky paws. It's gonna be, yeah, if the podcaster said she returned it intact, But she took the film out. How familiar are you really with the process of film photography? Not too much, but you can learn anything on YouTube nowadays. Oh, you'd think it'd uber boost my follow count if I did? Is that why you were so interested in the tourist camera? Well, I've got it right here, but with some bad news. It's empty after all, no film to be found. But he told you it was empty, right? You said that, right? So no surprises there. Of course. After all, photography isn't usually allowed in a place like this. Huh, duh, you're super right. What a shame. Cold trail. Anyways, totally moving on. No, humour me for a moment. Let's say he did have film in it and was taking photos he shouldn't have been. Someone taking it off his guilty conscience would be quite fortuitous, wouldn't you say? Fine, I have it. You can take the film. You're killing me, detective. Just know, I only took it to make some promotional material for my podcast. You gotta always be on that grind, and it would have been perfect. I would say I understand, but the bottom line is, I have a case that needs solving. So, we should move on to some other inquiries. Maybe you should stop with the stealing of evidence. Right, so can I also now look at the gun? So that means that there must be something here. That I'm missing. Maybe I'll try that with the old mouse and keyboard and see if that works. Instead. Oh. Oh. Of course, I knew there was something else here. Thankfully, it's not still loaded. It won't be doing any more harm anytime soon. Although I can't gather much more from this. I'm not a weapons expert. What are the chances someone here would be able to tell me more? Probably the guard. However, that will have to wait for a couple of minutes. Until after the break. I will see you then. We're back. Okay. I was going to go see... I don't know why that's not really working. Use this. We've got film now. So let's go see if the guard knows anything about guns. About the weapon. I've recovered it from one of the courtyard fountains, as well as the 2 pieces of a fired bullet. I'm not sure what more to make of them, though. For starters, this bullet most certainly belongs to that gun, in case that was ever a question. While I didn't have a clear view from the first floor, I'm fairly certain it was the punk that had their hands on the grip. Wait, did you say that you found the gun in one of the fountains? I did, yes. It's my current operating theory that the old-timer got some sort of advantage against the punk and forced it from his grasp. Makes sense to me, but isn't it a bit far-fetched that the old-timer would have the wherewithal to drop it so precisely? What if they were both disoriented enough that neither of them could really keep a hold of it? That'd explain the precarious stanchion in the courtyard too, eh? Actually, you're right. That does sound more likely. Now, I have some other things. I don't think I do. So probably it went off accidentally. Yeah, the gun was fired only as an accidental result of the brawl. When it went off, both men were so disoriented that neither kept hold on the weapon or pursued the fight much further. I guess we send the film off to the police station, right? To get... Yeah. I found a reel of camera film that might be important to the case. There's some equipment at the station to develop it. Can you send someone to pick it up for me? Cool. That was speedy. Someone in the lab will take care of it. You know how they are, don't worry. After all, we should have a photograph. I won't really have any way to let you know when it's done, but you can always call. Okay. How do I know when to call? Ooh, we've got a photograph here now. I wish it told me here which bit had new information. Ah, so we don't have the film. We don't have the film anymore. Right, so we need to go talk to the old-timer who is in the fine arts bit. Or not. Apparently we're not questioning him about his version of events then. Who do we need to talk to then? Oh, we can talk to you. About the back room. Ooh! I've discussed it with the guard and believe it could be incredibly important to solving this case. Would you be able to take me there? Staff only though, do you have the curator's permission? For the purposes of our conversation now, let's assume yes I do. Okay, it wouldn't matter either way. Why is that? I embarrassingly misplaced my keys a week ago, so I can't get into the maintenance room. The curator said they were going to have a replacement made, but in the meantime the guard lends me his as needed. I could find the keys though, right? I don't know where they would be. That's bright. You haven't got a thing that I can talk to you again. If you were a rabbit's keys, where would you be? Oh, hello. About the back room. I understand this is a stretch, but you wouldn't have any idea where it is, would you? You mean the maintenance room for the museum? I can't say I do. However, I may have something that could help you find it. Really? I was mostly just preparing to vent about the investigative roadblock. What do you have? I told you earlier about how the guard bumped into me. It appears he dropped his keys in the process. Wow. Unfortunately, I can't use a key on a door I can't find, but I'm sure these will come in handy when I do. Okay. So we need to find a door. If you were a door, where would you be? I'd probably want to be accessible from the entrance hall, right? Oh. About the fight. You mentioned that you had a pretty clear view, much as you could from the lower level. Could you tell me more about how that went? You betcha. But I'll tell you now, I don't know why they were fighting. Whatever it was must have been mighty serious there. They came out onto the balcony swinging, and I didn't think he would have had it in him, but that old timer would not let up. I get where he was coming from, of course, because the punk had that gun and all, so he probably was thinking there wasn't any room to let up. He must have got a step ahead, struck him once, got a good shove in, landed the punk with his back flat against the wall. Considering they both got hands on the gun and it went off shortly after, it wasn't a sight I would soon forget. An interesting contradiction, it seems. I hope you don't mind, but I have a couple more questions. About this film. Where'd you find that? Funny coincidence, right? Considering I've got your camera and evidence and all. You know, the one that you assured me didn't have any film in it. Surely this film wouldn't fit in. Oh, wow, would you look at that? It fits just right. I don't have the film anymore. I don't know how I'm doing this. Like you said, just a silly coincidence. If I have to spell it out any further, I might have grounds to charge for contempt. Is that what you're going for? Alright, you got me. Not only did I have film in my camera, I may have taken a few photos. I didn't think it would have been that important. I was just trying to save my hide if word got back to the curator. You understand that, right? Obscuring the truth for personal gain? I can't say I do, although it's not the first time I've witnessed it. I mean, all's well that ends well, at least. If it helps solve this case, I'm relieved you found out. Could turn out to be incredibly important, yes. Okay. But if you were a door, where would you be? Tum 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 tum. The old timer didn't get shoved into the wall, he was the one doing the shoving. Having such pride, it's hard to believe he would willingly make himself weak. That's interesting. That is interesting. Where would the maintenance be? Where would it be? Where would it be? Where would the maintenance be? Oi, old timer. Talk to me. About the fight. There were witnesses that saw it go down a bit differently than you described. Would you like to revise your statements? I don't know what you're talking about. I've got nothing to hide, no reason to lie to the most pathetic authority here. Pathetic, eh? At least I would admit to having taken a hit, especially in a fight where I was the only person to walk away. Ah, if you're trying to say something, out with it. You falsified your testimony. The punk didn't slam you into the wall. You shoved him in an attempt to disarm and disorient him. And in that moment, the only thing you did was widen the gap, and he was able to get a stronger grip on his gun. Fine, yes, I got too aggressive, but I didn't back down. I kept up the pursuit, because if I hadn't, he would have shot me. You know that's the truth, detective. So don't fault a washed-out pup for defending himself, even if he does have a tendency to embellish. Justice has no need for embellishments. I've made note of this, and there's other details I'd like to go over with. You described in your testimony that you disarmed him after he fired it, so why did I find it in one of the courtyard fountains? Perhaps you had reason to dispose of the evidence. You want me to come clean, detective? I'll come clean. I told you, he didn't know what he was doing, and neither did I. We were fighting over it, and it was fired accidentally. The sound, the kickback, the surprise of it all... It disoriented us both. He hobbled off backwards like I told you, but I was a bit winded as well. That's when the critic found me. I was in a rougher shape than I let on before, detective. But everything else is true. For what it's worth, I'm glad you could walk away, that you're safe. However, if you ever provide a witness testimony again, please consider presenting only the truth. Oh! We can fill this in now, can we? Okay. As they... So I guess as they fought or argued, as they fought, this might be easy to do with the mouse actually. As they fought, or not, the old-timer shoved the punk. No. Into a wall. Causing the... It could be causing the punk to be injured? Hurt? Or causing the gun to be shot? Maybe? When it shot, it hit... or it struck. No? Maybe not. Oh, that's wrong anyway. Causing the... Maybe that's argued, not fought. No. I don't know. Soon after, the something something, the something from the something and into a something. Ah, dropped. Soon after, the punk dropped the gun. Maybe? From the balcony. And into a fountain. Yes. Maybe this is causing the statue to be destroyed. No. When it... I don't know what this sentence is trying to say. Something looked on as the something accidentally is something. She took as something when it's something that's something. Ah, this is giving me a hint about this, right? So this is the mouse. This is the student. Student had already run, retreated into the foyer, but the door was already locked, so he hid in the... Where did he say he was? He said he nearly knocked something over. I could look, couldn't I? That would be in here. Sculpture. Exhibit. Nice. This could be the museum then locked its doors, I guess. Ah, and then this is the tourist and the, whatchamacallit, podcaster. So the tourist looked on as the podcaster accidentally dropped his camera, which took a photograph when it fell? No. Struck the floor? Floor. No. Okay, good. Oh yeah, the podcaster then stole it's film. Yes. Good. Right. I feel like this is... No, not film. The statue, right? Yes, the statue was shot. The gun wasn't shot. The gun did the shooting. When it fell... Because then that works with the below, right? It struck the glass case below. And then... did something. I mean, it set off the alarm, right? Tripped the alarm? Okay, yeah. I was like, triggered the alarm, but that wasn't there. I knew I was on something. This case is continuing to clear up, but it feels like there's always another thread to pull. And there's no use calling it a wrap before I know for certain what's happened. Well, indeed. How many more are there to do? Right, so I reckon we finish the third one, and then we'll be halfway through, and then we can do the rest. Oh, next week. So we've done this. So the murder was entirely... It wasn't a murder, it was an accident, kind of. Okay, let's go and see now, because we've completed a thing. If that means that... we can get the film now. How do I get out of this place? We're also looking out for we're also looking out for anything that might be a maintenance room. Okay. I can't get it back yet. Is the maintenance room outside, maybe? Nope. Okay. So, what are we doing now? Oh yeah, I've got the keys. There's a cross on that one. I don't know what I might see. I don't know what I'm looking for. I love that I'm inspecting the keys in front of him. His keys that he dropped. Just in front of him. Oh, there we go. Symbol looks like a figure with outstretched arms. I have seen that somewhere. That's the, Angel of the North. Hi, Haywood. How's it going? Where was the Angel of the North? It was on one of the balconies somewhere, but I don't remember which one. one. Yeah. Yeah. Nice. Led us right into the museum's back room. I say computer there on the desk. That's probably my best bet to get a hold of this security systems data. I'm sure there's plenty of other things to investigate as well. I'm sure there is. Sturdy box of tools, fairly well stocked for a museum. They're all in pretty fine shape too, considering the layer of dust on most of them. This is a good looking screwdriver. Never know when you'll need one of these. Yeah, no, just nicking stuff from a crime scene. As you do. Someone hung a few drawings on the wall here. Rainbows, dinosaurs and rocket ships are all standard fare for a child with crayons. Looks like the museum and an avian family there too. Not much to go on here, but cute nonetheless. Very cute. Old photograph hanging here. It's a bit faded. 6 people standing together, posed for some sort of occasion. There's the curator, the guide and the guard. I don't recognise the other 3. It might turn out superfluous to the investigation, but I bet I can learn more. I bet I can. But I can't inspect it. Oakley-dokley. This feels a bit familiar, doesn't it? I hope I won't have to deal with 2 password fiascos in one night. Nope, it's unlocked. Quite the stroke of luck. Now let's see about the security system. Most of the data here is obscured, probably encrypted. I suppose that's how they can justify keeping it unlocked. But it's most certainly a record archive. I can make out entries for exhibit openings, door locking, and the alarm being triggered. Unfortunately, user information isn't revealed. There's no clear indication of who or what these signals are from. Ha! Looks like there's an export data function and it doesn't require an administrator's override. I'll have this data to the station and decrypted in no time. For such a sophisticated system, this seems pretty easy. Oh, because it's exporting to a floppy disk. Well, beggars can't be choosers. Got what I need. This case has proven complex enough that I can't afford to miss any details. Besides, this bookshelf is organised far better than the one in my office, so it's much easier to find anything intriguing. Like this, a file folder marked classified. I could never overlook that. I suppose it's not unusual for a museum to keep sensitive documents, but these are redacted so excessively, even for a contract. Except one phone number? Weird. I wonder who's on the other end. I should give it a call. Yes, I should. But we can't inspect anything there. Financial fiasco. Okay. Okay, so do we need to go and send the disc to the police station? Oh no, you guys want to talk to me. Okay. Hi. About those drawings. Excuse me? What drawings do you mean? In the maintenance room, there was a handful hung on the wall. In crayon, I believe. I strain to understand why you would ever need to know anything about that. Does your snooping understand no discretionary bounds? Nope! Not a one! This case has proven very complex, Curator. I need to understand any possible angle or motive from everyone. Well, my son isn't one of your suspects. He's quite young, and I do not see him enough anymore. Until you can look at me with a straight face and prove pinning his scribbles on the wall is a crime, don't ask me about it again. As you wish. I exported these from the museum's security system. Ultimately, there's no need to disclose this, but I thought it was the right thing to do. I'm offended that you would subvert my authority, Detective, but I'm willing to look the other way on this. I understand you're just operating in the best interest of myself and the museum, so I can't fault you for that. I'm operating in the best interest of truth, which these shall facilitate. Oh yeah, silly me. In the pursuit of justice and all that. How could I forget? I don't see how you'll make much use of them when they're stored on that floppy disk, but do what you must. Okay. About this old photo, I found it while investigating. I recognise you and the other museum staff, but could you tell me more about the other 3 people pictured here? Unfortunately, this is another scenario where my wings are tied, Detective. I'm not at liberty to disclose the details of their identities. They were, in one way or another, all associated with the museum in the past, but I can't say any more than that. It's a wonder how you get anything done these days with so much red tape around. Like you wouldn't believe. Do you have something else to discuss? No, I do not. But I do with you. Oh, could ask about the keys. About this old photo, I noticed the museum's current staff, but I'm not sure about the others. What can you tell me about them? Oh wow, I never got my own copy of this photo. We took it at the staff dinner, must have been a couple of years back now. That's... oh. That older fella there, that's the mechanic, but he's sadly passed away now. I guess seeing him again kind of hit me all at once, you know? Oh, my apologies. I didn't know. It's okay, Detective. I just wish you could have met him. I think you'd have gotten along well. He was mighty grumpy, but he had a heart of gold, and I tell you, he lived this museum as much as he complained about it. Ah, yeah, I know the type. I'm sorry for your loss. It's alright. Time moves on, and so do we. And hey, if there's a way I could get a copy of this photo when it's all over, I'd appreciate it. I mean, it was just sitting in your security room. Surely you know. Surely you've been in there. These keys? What about them? Wait a minute. You have your keys on you? Well, yeah. Can't you see I'm holding them right in front of you, Detective? Oh, you are, aren't you? It doesn't look like the developers gave you that animation, but they're right there, in stunning detail. The developers? Ah, don't worry about it. That's not even the strangest part. If you have your keys, then whose do I have in evidence right now? Never mind, just forget it. Okay, that is weird then. I've lost track of where I'm going. Oh, you want to talk to me? Oh, big stretch, buddy. Hello. You had a nice sleep. Oh, you're going to have another nice sleep. Okay. About this old photo, you wouldn't happen to recognise any of the people pictured here, would you? Aside from the obvious. Oh dear, now that's a face I didn't expect to see when I woke up this morning. Oh, who's that? The gentleman there on the right side, he's an investor, one of unscrupulous morals. We've only crossed paths a couple of times, and I consider myself lucky never to do so again. Quite the strong opinion. Well, okay. So we've got a mechanic and an investor. You presumably know some of the people. That's the historian there, though after I was hired, it wasn't too long before she left. Regardless, in that short time, I looked up to her vast expertise. It was like she just knew everything about art history, about culture even, anthropology. Do you know why they decided to part ways with the museum? No, I don't. It was pretty unceremonious. In fact, I came in for my shift one day and realised it had been a couple of weeks since I saw them last. Okay, I'll have to keep asking around. So maybe I do need to send this disc to the cop shop. Ooh, and I can call the strange number. About the alarm. Oh yeah. A real life save icon. That is what it is. Cool. Unless my Roxland let's call the strange number. Thank you for calling Fennec Financial, your trusted partner in financial and creative services. Finance shouldn't be creative. Fortunately, our office is currently closed. You may dial your extension now and leave a message. If you're a prospective client, leave your name, number, and a brief message. Okay. Yeah, we can ask. Embezzlement was an assumption, and probably a pretty extreme one at that, but for the curator to pay off the museum's debts with the gemstone, now that certainly is plausible. It is indeed. I've reasons to believe tonight's events may have been influenced by outside forces, and these documents have strengthened that suspicion. Unfortunately, there isn't much left here for me to investigate. Could you tell me more about them? I'm afraid you're wasting your time, and mine for that matter. It is a very standard for an institution such as this one. Why go to the effort of redacting so much of them? It was the investment firm's policy, so I obliged. They kept the museum afloat, so I didn't argue. Nor did I believe there was a reason to. Seems extreme for what you're describing, but this isn't my specialty, so I'll take your word for it, but I'd like to get your word on something else. No, I wouldn't. I think we're done. Okay, well, I don't know where all that's going. Yeah, I don't know how long I need to wait for results. Maybe I need the screwdriver for the, there was a, event we could look at. Can I screwdriver it? No, I cannot. I don't know what I might need a screwdriver. Okay, I also don't know who I need to talk to particularly. Now, does Piggly Wiggly have anything to say? No, can't see a speech bubble. Oh, you've got something to say. Ah, asking you about the photo. Wondering if you could tell me more about the person pictured here, the historian. Sure can. She was an absolute font of knowledge. No one can shut down the critics' incessant debating faster. Ha! Do you know why they parted with the museum? Aside from being destined for greater heights than this, I don't know the details, but I always heard there was a budget issue. If you want my opinion, it was the best thing that could have happened to him. I wouldn't have been surprised if they volunteered. Interesting. Do you know what's happened to them since? I heard they were heading up a department in Weaselton, DC, at one of those national museums. I see. Unlikely to be connected to tonight's events, then. Okay. So that seems like a dead end. Oh, Frog's got some insight. I doubt you would know much about it, but do you recognise anyone other than the museum staff pictured here? The gentleman there looks like some kind of technician. Does that help, detective? Not really. Okay, well, that led me nowhere. I don't know what I need to do now. We could see if we could fill some of this in. Or not. Ah, in the photograph, I guess. Oh, let's do it by mouse. Oops. In the photograph was the renowned historian, the grumpy mechanic, and the shady investor. Nice. Seems there's something between the something and the something. And here, maybe like there was an old computer, or there was an old... Could be. There was an old computer. A strange photograph. And the... I don't know. I don't know. Guys, I don't know. I don't know. Oh, I can talk to you. Whoops. About the investor, must be detective, I simply have nothing positive to say. I have reason to believe he may be intertwined with this, so I'm doing my due diligence on the matter, that's all. Intertwined? It wouldn't surprise me if he had an icy grip on it, detective. That's his business. That cursed Fennec Financial preys on downtrodden artists, failed institutions, and any client they can swindle. Of course, everything starts to look up in the beginning, and you put even more trust in them. The good days won't stop. Then it's a miscalculation and an unfortunate circumstance, and before you know it, you're in more debt than you could imagine, and only one way out. Trust the process. A process that's designed to eat you alive forever. I have nothing positive to say on the matter. I may regret asking, but I must. Is this a personal matter for you? Art is personal. It's human, wonderfully flawed. And those corporate suits only understand cold, destructive, and disturbingly calculated. I can't say I understand, but I'd like to think I can empathise. I'm not sure what to say, so why don't we move on? Okay. Oh, and now I can fill this all in, can I? I don't feel like I can. Something about debt. Definitely. There's something between the something and the something. Put the something into something, but nothing was something. Do I need the disc? Or is this the... Is it like the logs will be hacked by the police commissioner? No. By the officer? Okay. Ah, maybe that's contract. The contract between the museum and the investor. Put the museum into debt. But nothing was revealed. Nothing was I don't know. Nothing was I don't know. Maybe that needs to be investor and museum. Or maybe that's curator. Aha. Okay, so then here there was an old something. And the was revealed maybe by the statue or sculpture from the balcony. Maybe sculpture from the balcony. Oh, you're not telling me that. Or maybe a sculpture hid the door. Oh, maybe this, yes. To the maintenance room? Back room. On the something balcony. I can't remember which balcony it was. And then it was opened by the... Do we have key? No. Oh, we do have key? from the artist. Yeah, which balcony was it? Like it was this one. Yes. So what is this room? This is like modern art? Where are we? Sculpture. Yeah. Okay, and then what was there in there? All sorts of stuff. There's a computer, there's a filing cabinet, there's a photo. And the... maybe contract? Accessible from the... maybe this is logs. Accessible from the... something on there. Maybe it's an old photograph. A strange contract. And the logs. Accessible from the computer on the desk, maybe? Have I got desk? Haha! That was a process of elimination by what words I'd got. I knew I was onto something. Only the best cases have secret rooms and mysterious figures. This one even has redacted documents. Doesn't get better than that. Let's keep digging. If we're exceptionally lucky, we'll uncover something paranormal too. Ooh. Ah, now it's telling me that the film will be developed. However... that will have to wait until next time. Because I did say we would do 3 and then do the next 3 next time. So we are halfway through. And I think that's a good place to stop. So let's see if there's anyone around to raid, shall we? Who is doing stuff? Oh, Dervius is playing Firefighting Simulator. That might be fun. Let's go there. So, copy the road message, paste it when we get there. Thank you all so much for watching. I hope you're enjoying this. I very much am. We will continue it next weekend. I do not know when I'll be streaming during the week. I am away with work for a couple of days. And I'm busy, so it might be that you don't see me at all during the week. But I will try and stream when I am available. So you are going to have to keep an eye out on notifications to see when I'm doing that. But until next time, bye bye.